You know what? I should put the chat there now I think about it. Hold on. I'm being smart. You know what?
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Holla skinks, and Happy New Year.
everyone. Hello, 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 hello. How are we all doing today? Good to see you all. Hello, happy New Year, happy 2026, and all that jazz. I don't remember. Do I like having y'all over here? Do I like? I think I traditionally like having y'all on that side. But hopefully everyone's doing well. Sadie, are you leaving the second I start talking? Oh, you're just moving over there. Okay.
Saber 210C cheered.
Oh,
X100.
goodness gracious.
Lorbeard Slideman 40k part 2 when? Ross said I had to ask you.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. What was that? The Lizard part 2. We definitely can do that. I'm not exactly sure when. Schedule is a little tight at the moment. For Lorebeard stuff, we're trying to get like a ton of things scheduled and dealt with all at once. So I would say let's hold off on that for the moment. That's yeah, there's something we can do with that, but I have to figure out when and where. Let's skip ahead a little bit. All right, anyway. Hello, hi, hello. How is everyone? It's good to see you all. It's lovely to see you all.
Yes.
Oh man, it has been
Good.
so
I accept your
busy around
offering
here.
For Mulder Clan.
Holy shit, Cyan,
At
hello.
sign of the Emperor
Hello to you too.
1240 donated 100
Good grief.
Australian dollars through Super Chat. Morning Sotek. How about some FFXIV during this stream?
Yes, I do. I think we are going to resume. Threw my phone on the ground. I think we are going to resume Final Fantasy XIV starting today. I wanted to talk for a bit before we jumped into that, just to get kind of caught up, talk about everything that's going on, talk about everything that's coming up, just check in with everyone. So we're gonna yap for a bit, and then we will get back into some FF14, which I think will be good because I've got let's see, I think I'm good to play for the next okay amount of hours. I might have to get a stack at some point, but I don't have my next thing for a few hours at least. Yeah, there's quite a few series that we want to continue on to for Lorebeard stuff. But yeah, thank you, Sion. That's super very generous. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that.
Sotek wakes from hibernation. Praise the old ones.
It's
Praise
true.
Armor.
It's true. I live. And I'm actually doing something that's not Lorebeards related. I've been up to my thighs in Lorebeards nonsense. Not that that's bad. I love Lorebeards, and I do want it to be successful. It's just been very time consuming. But I finally have some time for me to come on here and do some stuff and just yap with y'all. And it's so nice to see y'all. I feel like it's been forever. There's so much shit. I still haven't made a video on the hotfix 7.0.3 beta. I need to do that today so I can have it out like tomorrow morning. But hopefully y'all enjoyed the Cathay speculation video. We did get that out with our new one of the new editors, and I think he did a really good job. I don't know if y'all seen the most recent video.
Warhammer has a unique version of it. I wish the Wakilels had their own unique thematic boons of chaos, giving buffs for
Okay, hold on. Let me get caught up here. Survivor, thank you very much for the 19 months. Happy New Year to you as well. Appreciate it. Gigago Gantes, thank you for the 52 months. I don't even know if I was streaming when you did that, but thank you. Yeah, Seba, soon. Probably not this month, but soonish. We got a whole bunch of stuff to do. Brainbug 101, thank you very much for the 56 months. Deeply appreciated. Wolfric, thank you very much for the follow. Yotem, you know how Warriors of Chaos have the Boons of Chaos mechanic that has them complete objectives to unlock permanent buffs? and how Harry has, oh yeah, a complete unique version. I wish the Warrior Chaos Legendary Lords had their own unique ones. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up getting unique ones, maybe when we get the End Times update. I'm pretty sure one of the End Times parts, so each of the End Times parts, so we gotta fit in all sorts of kind of things. Skolomonsky, thank you so much for the 20 months on YouTube. Thank you for being a member. I really appreciate that. God, Lorebeard stuff has been so stressful. The worst thing, man, I'm telling y'all, the worst thing is when we've put in so much effort, we jump through so much hoops, we finally get everything going, everything's looking really successful, the support is amazing, y'all are amazing, everything's going great, and then it's finally time to like get the first payout and like be like, we did it, for them to be like, no, fuck you, you don't get any of your money until you jump through these 2 new hoops that we've created just for you, and it's like, ah. So that's been fun. So far I have only lost money on Lorebeards. But hopefully that will be resolved this month, because if it isn't, I might start sleeping in a cardboard box. But in any event, Mustard Mangoes, thank you for the follow. Do I think they're gonna give Zhao Ming a unique alchemy mechanic with the new Cathay DLC? I would love that, but I'm not anticipating it. So the mini Lord packs, we don't know if they're gonna come with notable, we don't know if they're gonna come with like notable patches. I imagine it'll come with a patch. I feel like it should come with a patch. But it's hard to say. This is not very good ambience music. They claimed this was ambience from, and it's like, I feel like I'm about to freaking stroke out and have a thing. Let's do, chill. There we go. Kakariko Village. Can't go wrong with that. We need at least a tech rework. Scroll bar. What is with some of y'all in the scroll bars? Why? There's nothing wrong with a scroll bar. Scroll bar does nothing to you. It can't hurt you. I forget. Oh God, who is it? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember which one of the content creators. I don't think it's a Koi. I can't remember who it is. There's someone in the top tier program that fucking hates scroll bars, and it's the funniest thing every single time. Like, it's like, that is like the hill he will die on. Is he's like, if there's a scroll bar in the game, it's a shit. Oh, Nerd Rage Friend. Yeah, it is Nerd Rage Friend. Friend's just like, scroll bars are the devil. They're evil. And it's just like, bro, there's like, I feel like there's so many more things we should be dealing with.
You woo snuggle wuggle nine can't hurt us either, but we still can't invoke their name.
You just did, so I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to send you to the fur farm, which you may think you know what that means, but you're gonna find out real soon. It's not what you think it is. In any event, never got you live before. I love the Lorebeard stuff. Got me back to Warhammer. Oh, Terry, I'm so glad to hear that. I hope you're having a great time with it. I hope you're having a blast. Yeah, like I do like the newer tech trees where it's like the subcategories. It organizes it all a lot better. Cathay is pretty big. Like they do a very long tech tree. But anyway, so things I want to yap about for a bit. So as I'm sure you're all aware, it is a new year. It's a fresh new year here in the world, which means that we are looking down the barrel of a pretty crazy set of things, especially in the Warhammer verse. There is a notable one of the things that's really interesting about this year is that both for pretty much all of Warhammer Fantasy, we are really on the edge of a lot of potentially crazy things. So like we're looking down the barrel not only of the first ever mini Lord pack for Total War Warhammer. The entire trilogy, it's the first time we've gotten one of these mini Lord packs. It's gonna be very, very interesting to me to see what exactly is going to fit into it and how heavy they're gonna go on it. Because there's a lot of potential, but how many is many gonna be, right? Like I can't tell y'all, but I'm aware of what was in the original plan for the Neferata pack. But I don't, well, I was aware of what was most of what was in it, but that's changed now because that's going over to the end time stuff. So we're in like a completely different situation, where now there's something completely different stepping into it, and I genuinely have no fucking idea what's inside of it. Because originally during the showcase, right, the big show that I went to CA to record the End Times part for, the original recording, there was a whole nother section where we just talked about Neferata. And her, like, the whole mini Lord pack thing. And obviously that part got cut out because they moved her into the End Times DLC as a free LC, which is gonna be crazy. But I mean, 2026 is looking pretty nice for Total War Warhammer, because at the bare minimum, we know for a fact we're getting the 4 End Times Lords plus Neferata as a free LC, a free DLC Lord, and we're getting the Cathay pack, Cathay mini pack character. So we're looking at 6 new Legendary Lords minimum. I think there's a very realistic chance that there might be, because Neferata wasn't originally planned to be the free LC for the End Times. So I don't know if she's the only free LC option or if they're also going to go with someone else. Because I think there was a plan to have like a more standard 5th Legendary Lord as a free LC option, which if they do that, then we'd be looking at like 7 this year. And that's also not including if we don't get, like, I wouldn't be shocked either. A part of me expects them to do a free LC Lord for the Cathay pack, but part of them also expects not to, because I feel like the whole mini aspect means it won't come with like a free character. But at the same time, people have really come to expect that every DLC will have some kind of free Legendary Lord or free thing. So I feel like if they don't, there's going to be backlash, and they know that. So they should include something, even if it's just like a generic, like a free generic character maybe, or like a free unit. But I'm really curious to see how they're going to try and stick the landing on that. Silent Emperor, you should do another Media Share React stream sometime. Also, you should stream Age of Mythology Retold when Aztecs release around June/July. We'll see. I don't know when the End Times is gonna release. Like, we know it's in summer, and God willing, there won't be any delays. And if there's no delays, it will probably be coming out in like July or August. Which, if it's coming out in July or August, that means I will be busy in potentially June and July. So we're gonna have to see. Is Aberash part of the Nagash pack? Not as far as we're aware. They've only announced Neferata, Wallach, and Nagash so far. Though they've also confirmed that we're gonna be getting the nameless Dieter Hellschnitt as well. So the Red Duke FLC is dead? Well, at least for the End Times pack, yeah. You're not going to get the Red Duke for the End Times. I don't think it's impossible that we'll get the Red Duke or even Toddy later, but I don't think we're gonna get I don't think we're gonna see the Red Duke anytime soon. Like, I don't think he's gonna be anytime soon. I don't think the Red Duke will be playable this year. I'll put it that way. I do think he's planned to be playable eventually, but I don't think he's planned to be playable in 2026.
Yes. Good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Ad Baron von Ententisch donated $5 through Super Chat. Happy New Year, Sotek.
Happy New Year!
Very excited for everything coming up and desperately hoping that there will be more options for IG than just Cadians on launch.
Oh, Imperial Guard? Yeah, Baron, I honestly have no fucking idea. I would say it's very faction customization is supposed to be key, right? Like, faction customization is supposed to be one of the hallmark features of Total War Warhammer 40,000. So, if the goal is to allow obscene amounts of customization, then Cadian should only be one of your customization options, right? Now, I don't think that necessarily means that you're going to be able to, like, you might not have in the really notable sub-factions at the start. So, like, what do you call them? The dudes with the gas masks that are, like, kind of almost a different faction. Like, they're part of the Imperial Guard, but they're kind of, like, they're almost more like a sub-faction. Kriegsmen. The Kriegsmen. I feel like Krieg probably won't be in at launch. Probably. That seems like it would make a very strong DLC for Imperial Guard. Because they're not going to have all of the Imperial Guard in at the start. Like, they're just not. It's not going to happen. That's not how they do things. I would bet that... Here's what I'll say. I think you'll have the vast majority of the main current edition Imperial Guard in the game.
Tech 27.
So whatever's
SFG,
currently in
X100,
their game
Happy
or in their
Promo Day.
army book
Did you make an
will
offering to
probably
him?
be in the base faction. Anything that's not in their current book will not be in the base faction, I would think. Tech 27, thank you so much for the bits. Happy Crimlo Day. Why is January 2nd Crimlo Day? Is it because the year is, like, already ruined and we need to turn around and go back? Egrim von Horseman should be FLC. All the other Chaos Gods got a free LC. Respectfully, I disagree because I would like him to come with actual content. I don't want just him. I want him to come with more
Gun to your
content, though.
head. You have to design a Chaos Dwarf mini DLC. How do you do it?
Gun to my head? That one's actually really easy, Yotam. All I would do is I would go to Games Workshop and make a very notable argument for why they should allow the Total War Warhammer to have the Chaos Dwarf Centaur character that they made, because he was not made for AOS. He was made for fantasy. He was an unreleased fantasy model that got basically delayed because of the end time stuff, and they didn't end up finally dropping his model until Shartor the Executioner. So I would have a sit down with Games Workshop and make a big argument for why they should give us Shartor.
Holy Artist 95 cheer.
And then
X100.
say,
So
give me
that
and I'm going to make a
guardsmen have
sub-faction
like
around
40
town.
units if you include variants, not including the differing ones like Kriegsman or Cadian Guard.
Yeah, I don't think that... I'm not convinced that 40k, Total War 40k is going to have unit variants as we understand them. If the units are customizable, like if their goal is to emulate tabletop and part of the customization is gear, then you're gonna be looking at a situation where you don't have like Saurus Warriors and then Saurus Warriors with spears and then Saurus Warriors with shields and then Saurus Warriors with spears and shields. You just have Saurus Warriors. That's one unit. And then you would just like change what equipment is on them. If they're looking to emulate the actual tabletop game, that would be the way you would need to do 40k. Plus, like, 40k tends to have significantly more weapon options because of all the different kinds of guns. So, like, I have a hard time imagining Total War Warhammer 40,000 being like Total War Warhammer is. Because they would cut down on so much bloat if they made it where you could customize your equipment in addition to like your colors. Because otherwise the roster bloat is going to be terrible looking. It's going to look so silly.
At Skylar Mountain 4298 donated $10 through Super Chat. Is there a difference in the lore between Chaos Chosen / Exalted Heroes / Aspiring Champs, etc.? The wiki kinda uses the terms interchangeably. Would warriors in the lore
in the lore acknowledge those terms like ranks? I don't understand why my TTS like gives up on reading a comment halfway through. It's really fucking annoying. I haven't fixed it yet. Also, real quick, thank you to everyone that jumped in the hello queue at the start of the stream, and I just want to say hello and good morning to Kestrotted, Hoppet, Bishop of Cheddar, Mr. Vorn, Razor Dragontail, morning to Crescent Tech 27, and Jitterbones. Hello. I do actually check those. Yeah, no, I didn't forget how many units they had. I just think that Total War Warhammer 40,000 is going to take a different approach, because there's significantly more types of weapons. Yeah, so Skylar Martin, is there a difference in the lore between chosen, exalted heroes, and aspiring champions? So, technically, yes. Like, in the most extreme technical term, there is a difference between those ranks. So, like, you have, like, a chosen, and then the top tier chosen are what are known as aspiring champions, and then above the aspiring champions are exalted heroes, which exalted heroes are a type of chaos champion. And then above the exalted heroes, you have like the chaos lords, and then above the chaos lords, you have your demon princes. That being said, when you're reading like Black Library books, or you're delving into the lore and you're getting really heavily into like the background specifics of the setting, you're gonna find a lot of authors will use those kinds of terms very interchangeably. Like, instead of doing it where they're going to be really careful and specific with the terminology, they're going to intermix them, because like within the setting, I don't think anyone realistically would be able to tell the difference between an aspiring champion and a chosen, or maybe even like an exalted hero and an aspiring champion. There would be a lot of bleed over between those terms, because they would basically be different ways of saying that someone has been favored by the gods and is like close to or among the champions of chaos, like the big bads. An exalted hero would probably be the most obvious of the three, because an exalted hero is someone that has actually made a name and a legacy for themselves to the point where they are leading a fairly good-sized warband. But even that's not necessarily a guarantee. Realistically, within the setting, you would have individuals leading little warbands and running around doing stuff. But if you were to translate their feats and accomplishments and abilities into a tabletop profile, maybe they'd only end up being a chosen. But it's kind of one of those things where the tabletop game has like a really strict classification system, but if you're reading within the lore, that doesn't exist. Not really, right? Like, I mean, if you're dealing with like Slayers usually aren't going to go by a super hardcore categorization system of like, oh, well, I'm a dragon slayer, that guy's a troll slayer, this guy's a demon slayer. Like, it's a lot more nuanced and complicated than that. And it also depends on like what specific culture they're from and just a bunch of other silly nonsense. So that's why on the wiki, like, especially when they're talking from more of a lore angle, it doesn't necessarily matter what terminology they're using, as long as they're like, you know, getting the basic story beats across. Lord Grom, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 42 a month. Anyway, so some other stuff that's coming along is that obviously we got a lot of Lorebears things coming up. What episode do we have planned for this Sunday? I think are we doing Sail the Faithless on Sunday? Let me check. Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, so we're doing Sail the Faithless on Sunday, which that should be fun. Is the Celestial Dragon Emperor of Cathay in the End Times? No, he didn't exist yet. When the End Times was written, Grand Cathay, it existed in the most technical sense, but it wasn't what it is now. So, no, he didn't do anything because he hadn't been written yet. But do you think we'll get Captain Titus in the End Times DLC? I mean, we fucking might as well, seeing as GW has realized that he is a stupid cash cow, so they're gonna like make a new mini version of him like every year or 2 years or whatever the fuck it is. It's so ridiculous to me when they like spam print someone like that. Yeah, during the like time of the End Times, as far as most people were concerned, the Celestial Dragon Emperor was like a guy. Like he wasn't actually a dragon, he was just a guy. You talked about everything we have on sale during TowerCon stream, so I'm really wondering what we're going to explore on the stream. So on stream, we'll talk a fair bit about the short story. We'll talk a lot about Sail and his overall journey, but we're also going to focus, I think, a good bit on aspects of like following what Total War tells us about what happened to him after the TowerCon story. Because it actually gives him like a follow-up story that explains where he goes and what becomes of him, which is actually really funny because if you follow Total War like really specifically, then it almost plays it as a time loop, which is very funny, and something I'm looking forward to exploring. Isn't there a Cathay Lorebeards video coming soon? I don't think so. Maybe. There's nothing on the schedule right now. Like, I know we want to talk about the Old World lore, which, oh man, speaking of Old World, dude, this year is going to be really interesting for Old World. This year is going to be very interesting for Old World. Because, so, we have a lot of really reliable rumors. Barbarian Bob, thanks so much for the 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So, Old World 2nd edition is not happening this year. It's not happening this year because they're doing 40K 11th edition this year. So Old World 2nd edition is almost assuredly going to be next year, which means that we're not going to be seeing any like full updates to any of the main factions that are already in the game. The like 9 or 10 factions we currently have. Which means that GW is going to have to do other stuff to fill in the rest of this year. And there are some really interesting rumors kicking around right now when it comes to the big ones that I've heard that there's a lot of talking about is that for regular games, or for regular stuff, we're going to be seeing more campaign supplements. Where they're going to be like telling various little stories. So like we have the one coming out about the battle of the Great Bastion while Miao Ying is in the Empire. There's also a lot of rumors right now about 1st edition finally getting a starter box, because 1st edition, funny enough, doesn't actually have a starter box. Like there is a box set for the Tomb Kings and Bretonnia independently, but it's a Tomb King box and a Bretonnia box. And if you buy them, you don't actually get all the things you need to play the game. It's just a box of minis. It's almost like a collector set, not a actual starter set. So there's been a lot of rumors that we're going to be getting a starter kit this year, which is going to be the first edition starter kit. And the current rumor mill says that it's going to be Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings with new plastic minis for both. So like getting new updated dryads, or getting one of the big things that there's been rumors about have been like I think like new Glade Guard or new Horsemen. And the big thing for Tomb Kings is new core troops for Tomb Kings. So like new skeleton warriors and maybe like chariots. Wherever they fight. So if you've been keeping up with the old world story, which if you haven't, I don't blame you. I've been needing to make videos on that, and I've been behind because I've been mostly dealing with trying to get Lorebeards as a company off the ground. But so we've been getting these little like campaign supplements, right? So this one. So this is the Raising of the Westerland, which is the most recent one. But the one before this was the War of Cetra's Wrath. And the War of Cetra's Wrath features on Cetra's invasion of the Border Princes, and he like kicks the shit out of a bunch of stuff. And the very end of the book, so if you go to the very last few pages of the storyline in the War of Cetra's Fury, or no, sorry, it's the War of Cetra's Fury. In the last few pages of the storyline for the War of Cetra's Fury, the epilogue essentially is that the big bad Lich Priest, so the really spooky Lich High Priest that is fighting in the Border Princes while Cetra's busy laying siege to the Bretonnian castles in the Border Princes that are still standing. So Cetra's busy fighting all the Bretonnian special characters from their Arcane Journal, because he's fighting both Elise Duchard and he's fighting Gaston, Cecil Gaston, the Worm Slayer. So Cetra is fighting both of them right now in a siege at, I want to say, Castle, I think it's Lewin Keep is where they're fighting. And then there is a High Lich Priest, or Lich High Priest, whatever you want to say. That's like the big bad of Cetra's army. And he was sent up into the mountains. Here, you know what? Actually, let me pull up the website map. God damn it. Here. So, where we're at in the shenanigans going on is that Cetra. So Cetra invaded the Border Princes, right? And he is smashing his way through the Border Princes, and he is currently, last we saw him, seems to be laying siege to Lewin Keep, which is right here. So Lewin Keep is currently under siege from Cetra. So this keep up here is where, oh god, right there. So this is where Cetra is right now. And as Cetra is laying siege to this keep, it's supposed to be fucking him up pretty badly. So he sent his most powerful lich, his most powerful wizard, up into the mountains, into like Winter's, the new location for some reason of Winter's Teeth Pass, which is here. And this Lich Priest has gone into the mountains because he's looking for a bunch of old buried mortuary cult sanctums. That is where like a ton of ancient experimental constructs have been buried. And like Tomb King legions that have been held there for a while. So what's happened, what you see on the last few pages is that basically this Lich Priest comes over a mountain and he's looking down on Athel Loren. And as he's looking down on Athel Loren, he looks at it and he's basically like, you know what? This place is charged with an obscene amount of magic. Like this forest is grossly swollen with magic. So how about I take all of this magic and I use it to perform a really big ritual that will then allow me to like resurrect all of the dead in the mountains, all the buried Tomb Kings and Tomb Constructs, and then once I've built up this big legion, I can then attack Lewin Keep from the north, and when I attack Lewin Keep from the north, that will allow me to break the siege and will kill everyone, Cetro will kill everyone, and then we can invade into, then that will allow them to invade into Talea, which by invading into Talea, they'll then have the ability to invade up towards Dragon Falls and carry over into Carcassonne, which will take them into Bretonnia proper. So the narrative, the next big fight that's about to go down in the West, in the old world, so to speak, for the old world, the next big war is supposed to be the Tomb Kings versus the Wood Elves. So that's why a lot of people are like, okay, the box set makes sense. Like that would be a sensible box set for where the story is going. And frankly, the Tomb Kings desperately need a like plastic refresh on their core infantry, or just their core units. Like if we could get skeleton warriors and skeleton chariots and maybe skeleton horsemen, like if all three of those groups could get new plastic sculpts, that would be ace. Because oh my god, the new old Tomb King stuff looks terrible. They're some of the oldest minis that we have, and they're hideous looking. So that should be hype. But we're also hearing, like, honestly, there's a lot of rumors about Kislev. Kislev is, I feel like, the only new army that feels realistic for the old world. There's a chance we might get... I would not be shocked if we receive the Dogs of War as well to represent, like, Talea and Astalia. But if they do the Dogs of War, it's probably going to be almost entirely re-release kits. So I don't think it's going to be new stuff. I think it's almost entirely going to be old stuff. Which would match with what GW has been doing. I like how the Tomb King Journal says the mountains around Talea are full of Tomb King constructs and tombs. Yeah, and they should be, because ancient Nehekara stretched all the way up into those mountains. So there should, that was like the borderlands for them. So there should be a bunch of old Tomb King stuff lying around there.
How hard would it be to convince CA to give the following characters a ranged weapon? Goblin Big Boss, Warlock Engineer, Lord and Hero, Sea Helm and Ogre Paymaster.
I don't think, how hard would it be to convince them? I would say it'd be moderately hard. It would be, I think that's one of those things that people would need to be consistently making threads on like the CA forums, the Reddit, and talking about on their Discord. There would need to be a community push to give all of those characters shooting weapons. I agree, to be very, very clear, I really would love to see the Ogre Paymaster have like a pistol. I would love to see the Sea Helm have his bow, just like he does in Tabletop. I would love to see the Goblin Big Boss have a bow, and I would love to see the Warlock Engineer. I would love for the regular Warlock Engineer for like his lance thing to basically be upgraded so that it's also a warp muzzle or a warp musket, so like a long range sniper gun. And I would also love for the Warplock Master to maybe like he's got the weird fist things. So, like, it'd be nice to maybe give him, like, a pistol, like a warplock pistol in one of his hands, that he can, like, shoot from underneath the gauntlet or whatever. I remember I was not impressed with the Warplock Master stuff. Like, the fact they didn't have a shooting weapon for, like, close range shots blew my mind as, like, what were they thinking not doing that? I mean, they could also just give them warp fire projectors as well. I prefer that being a unique to Ikit, but like if they're like, well, we already have the animations for it, so we could like make that work without breaking the bank, that'd be cool. But anyway, so yeah, Old World, very excited for Old World. I would say my prediction for 2026, for the old world is I think we're going to get a Kislev release. There is a chance I'm wrong on that one. I would not be surprised if Kislev is actually planned as the big feature faction for 2nd edition, which seems like it's going to happen next year. So I could see that summer 2027 is when we get Kislev as like the big release faction for 2nd edition. But I'm going to go ahead and predict that we're going to get Kislev, something for Kislev this year. I also predict we're going to see the re-release of the old Dogs of War range as a new faction. And then I think the rest of the year is going to be made up of the campaign supplements. And the campaign supplements are probably going to mostly focus around... There will probably be one for the Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings, which, if the rumors are true, will come with the box set. I also think we'll get a campaign supplement about... I'm thinking that 1st edition is going to end the narrative that's currently building. And I think the 1st edition narrative... Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to change what I said. Okay, so here's my prediction. And I'll make this into a separate video later. Oh, wait. I could use my marker now, because I have an editor who's going to click back through the streams and look for markers. So, my prediction for 2026 for the old world is that we are going to get the Dogs of War re-released, the old Dogs of War minis, which will include our first snippets of Kislev. Because for anyone that doesn't know, there was actually like almost a fully playable Kislev army in the Dogs of War army book back in 5th edition and 6th edition. Well, it wasn't published in 6th edition, but you could play it in 6th edition. It was published in 5th edition. So I'm predicting the Dogs of War. I'm also predicting that we are going to build up to the end of the 1st edition campaign. And the 1st edition campaign is going to revolve around Cetra finishing his invasion. And if they do it right, which I pray they do, but if Games Workshop handles the situation correctly, 2026 should build up to the big fight between Cetra the Imperishable and King Lewin Orcslayer. And King Lewin Orcslayer should be killed by Cetra. So Cetra kills the Bretonnian king, and then he's either defeated or Cetra decides at that point that he has had his revenge and he beats a fighting retreat back to Nehekara satisfied. And please God, let them give us a new Cetra model for that. If they gave us a brand new Cetra mini for the end of 1st edition, I would cream my pants. Like, it would be a mess. It would be terrible. It's awful. I also think that we're going, so I think at minimum, we're going to get a campaign supplement about the Wood Elves and Tomb Kings, which might very well come with a starter set for Wood Elves vs. Tomb Kings for new players, or it'll at least come with a notable model update refresh for the Tomb Kings. Then I think they're going to also finish resolving the Cathayan versus Chaos plot in the old world, where I think Miao Ying is basically going to be leading the charge against Friedel the Chainmaker and is going to pursue her. She's going to kick Friedel out of the Empire, so the Westerland will be reclaimed by the combined forces of Grand Cathay and Marienburg, but I think that's going to cause maybe some Empire... It's going to cause some shenanigans. I think the Laralorn Forest is going to have a really, really bad time. I think we'll get the resolution to the Morgar versus Orion storyline, where we know Orion dies. Like, Orion full-on dies. We already know that's confirmed. So with Orion dead, I think the Laralorn Forest is going to basically have a really bad time and turn into a bit of a Beastman hell pit as Morgar is starting to grow up. And we're basically going to leave on the footnote of, like, the Laralorn elves are having to go into hiding and barely struggling to survive, like, hanging on while the Beastmen are going to be taking over and being, like, the big bads over there. which may result in them spilling out into Middenheim, which will occupy the Ostland Emperor. And while that's going on, I think we might get a storyline about Reichland maybe testing or prodding at Marienburg for weakness. But I think what's ultimately going to happen with why we're getting the Grand Cathay, what's going on at the Bastion book, is I think the Bastion is going to, the Great Bastion over Grand Cathay is going to start having problems. And this is going to result in Miao Ying gets called home. And all of this is going to set up for 2nd edition. And 2nd edition is going to have an Eastern focus. But the way they're going to do it is that it's going to mainly start by featuring on Grand Cathay and Kislev. Because Kislev has like this full empire that stretches all the way over to the Great Bastion and also through like what we think of as Zornuzkul, which is not in the modern canon of Chaos Dwarf lands, but is currently in the old world owned by Kislev. So I think that's going to be where that's going. I also here's the big thing, right? Here's the one that I'm feeling a lot less confident about, but I'm going to say it. I think 2026 is going to be the first year where we're officially going to get the return of at least one legacy faction. I think I've been going around rumor groups and listening to little whispers and stuff, and the big ones that I'm hearing for starting to build the narrative, the big one that I'm starting to hear for like returning factions for 1st edition, I think I've heard Vampire Counts is the big one. So Vampire Counts returning to the old world. And then apparently the other one that's like sorussing around is actually Dark Elves. So there's been a lot of discussion about Vampire Counts and Dark Elves. I don't know if I believe the Dark Elf one. Dark Elves to me feels like a stretch. Like it could happen. It could happen, but I'm not expecting Dark Elves yet. I think Dark Elves would probably be better off suited to like 2nd edition or 3rd edition. Probably 2nd. Because I feel like in an Eastern storyline, they would feature much more prominently as like threatening the Grand Cathay, like the shoreline of Grand Cathay, which would actually be a good time to introduce like Yin Yin. But for 1st edition, the one that I'm hearing about that I genuinely believe is Vampire Counts. I do think Vampire Counts are a very realistic prediction. Because I could see them taking advantage of everything, all the chaos that Cetra has caused with his invasion, and there's like tons of dead people and stuff, and we know that there is a vampire in the Border Princes named Harkin. There is a Harkin vampire in the Border Princes. You can here, if I actually pull up the map again, you can actually see him. Hey Hugh, good to see you, dude. So if I pull this up and I go to focus, so he's right here. The origins of Lord Harkin, the tales of how he came to reside in the ruins of Ulfthrea are shrouded in mystery. Very few denizens of the Border Princes venture near his darkened keep. That is almost assuredly Wallach Harkin. It's probably Wallach. Because Wallach Harkin getting like a new updated mini, or even they could even release his old mini if they want to nostalgia bait, though y'all know I don't like when they re-release old minis. But reintroducing Harkin would be one of the best ways to get the vampires back into the setting, and it not just be the same old Sylvania shtick, but like starting the vampires off with something fresh and spooky. Will we ever get an AOS game that sticks? I hope so, but I haven't seen anything about AOS that I'm like, oh, that game looks like it's gonna be the thing. Buffett, release the hat! I don't think Chaos Dwarves will be here yet. I think Chaos Dwarves might come out in 2nd edition. I think 2nd edition, we're very, very, very likely to get the Ogre Kingdoms and the Chaos Dwarfs, but I don't think you're gonna see them until then. You're not going to get them in first edition.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100. New headcanon. The Jade-Blooded are a sub-faction of blood dragons led by someone who killed and drank one of the Cathayan dragons.
That would be really weird if they did it that way, because that's not what it currently means. I mean, you could do that as headcanon, but the term Jade-Blooded Vampire, as far as we know, is supposed to refer to the descendants of Harakte, that moved out into Grand Cathay. They're not supposed to have any relation whatsoever to Abarash and his bloodline. How would you feel about Vlad and Isabella being one model? They could do that. I don't think that's super necessary, because I think if they were going to do that and they made them feel even remotely as good as they should feel, the bad thing is that would be like a ludicrously... Oh, well, sorry, I meant to show y'all Harkin on here. There we go. There's Harkin. So you can see there is like a what looks to be Wallach Harkin up near Karasakarak, up at the very like tippy top of the Forest of Gloom. But I don't think I would want that, because that would be such an expensive mini. It'd be such an expensive mini, points wise.
4,778 donated $5.
Hey, thanks, Rich Fisher.
Do you think we could see Lidao as a tiger man instead of human?
No. All of the dragon kids are human. Well, they take human forms. All of them. I don't think there's any exceptions to that, because they're not true shapeshifters like their mother. So their mother can turn into basically whatever she wants. But Li Dao, Yin Yin, Yuanbo, Miao Ying, and Shiyama, and Shinzu all of them and also the Celestial Dragon Emperor actually are said very explicitly that they are dragons that can take human form, and that is it. That is all they can do. And for the dragon kids and the Celestial Dragon Emperor, it seems that they are pretty restricted on what kind of human they can even turn into. So like Miao Ying can't turn into a man, or she can't turn into like a woman that looks notably different, like who's a lot older or a lot younger, or has like a different race or a different, so she can't turn into like a Reiklander human. From what I understand through all the reading that I have done, it seems to be the case that she can all of the dragon kids and freaking what you call it? Man, my brain is absolutely fizzling. And man, I just completely lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was going with that. I lost it. They can only turn into their regular human forms. There we go. There's a little north a bit for the beastmen hanging around the World's Edge Mountains near the south to Karakazul on the interactive map. Yeah, I need to go back through everything on here, because they've actually added a significant amount of they've added a significant amount of new details, because we also are getting like a lot more information. Like they've heavily expanded the lore for the Beastmen of the Badlands, and like the Beaststone, like A, that there are Beastmen in the Badlands now, and B, that there are significant amounts of them in the mountains around Karakazul, and that there's apparently a giant fucking super herd stone near Carrick 8 Peaks called the Beast Stone, which is fucking cool. So like they've been busy. They've been adding a lot to the map. I need to go back over the entire fucking thing. because they have added in a lot more details. I'm curious when they're gonna update it to reflect the edition. I suspect they're gonna wait until after first edition ends. I think after first edition ends, they might go through and re-update the map with all of like the new information, instead of the current map, which is good, but it's missing a lot of the new stuff. Chance the Moon Empress appears as a legendary hero. 0. Absolute 0. Absolute 0. She is not a playable character. The Moon Empress and the Celestial Dragon Emperor are not playable characters. They're going to be considered way too big. Thank you for the super chat. Davy Jones, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That was very kind of you. Also, I like that you gifted it to yourself. That is very funny. Instead of becoming a member, you gifted a membership, and it landed on you. Very impressive. That was a neat hat trick. All right. Of course, then later this year we do have the end times coming along. The end times is gonna be pretty spicy, in like I think a really, really good way. Oh god, I'm so excited for the end times, dude. I'm so excited for the end times. If they stick the landing, on the end times, it is going to be like the best DLC we've ever had for this game. But like it's so ambitious. It's so ambitious. And I just holy moly. I really hope that they don't fuck it up. I really hope they don't fuck us out. If they stick the landing, unofficial motto of Total War Warhammer 3. Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like we only have about a 50-50 success rate on that, which is a little rough. Chat, you know, accepting gifts is an option. You have to turn it on to get a gift. Really? I didn't know that. But anyway, now is a perfectly good time, I think. The Lords of Delay. God, I hope not.
Mr_Vaughn cheered. X100. Thankwell's end times mechanic will be fast movement at sea, courtesy of Lord Blico. Yotam9 cheered. X100. I really hope the fourth end times LL isn't Volton. I am really not a fan of him and think he should be a LH if anything, not a LL. I would much rather get Emile Vulgaire.
I would be surprised if it was Volton. I think Volton will be in it. Volton would make a lot of sense to be in the game. Whether or not he should be a legendary lord is difficult to say. Like, Volton's tricky. Because, like, Volton is definitely, by the end of his story, he is legendary lord status. But I don't know where you'd put him. That would be the biggest thing. Like, I don't know where you'd put him. I think if the Empire is one of the main four, it would probably be likely to be, I think we'd be more likely to see Emir Valgir, who is our Ulrich, for those that don't know. So he's like the Grand Theogenist of the Cult of Ulrich. Or Boris. Pessimism is illegal here. That is not true. I get pessimistic all the time. People think, there are people out there that think I am nothing but ray and sunshines and like just the most positive person on earth. And I don't agree. I think I have a positive lean, but I also think that I bitch and moan all the time. I think I bitch and moan very consistently. All right. So I think that is enough time. Yapparoni. I think we can get into resuming some Final Fantasy XIV here in just a minute. I'm gonna grab a snack before we get started, because we got a good few hours. I had a pretty decent sized breakfast, but forgot to ask during the AMA stream. But which Lorebeard is your least favorite? As in a Lorebeard you think you want to revisit? Malekith and Nagash, both of them. They were two of our earliest ones, and I don't like them. To put it very bluntly. We didn't really have like a strategy yet. Like we hadn't yet made a plan. For like we didn't know what we were doing yet. Like it was very like, we're kind of feeling it out, we're kind of getting into it. And I definitely felt that those were two of our weakest episodes. I really feel like those were two of our weakest ones. And it's just because we didn't know what we were doing yet. So I fully intend to go back and redo Nagash and Malekith. Malekith will be easy because like we can rebrand it as Malarian, so it won't feel as silly to redo it. Nagash, we're probably gonna wait until after the end times, because I don't think we want to. We'll wait till the end times because we're gonna want to sit and wait to see if there's any updates to Nagash's like lore or whatever it might be. Before we go, game is loud. Okay, thank you. I'll turn that down a bit. But anyway, before we get into Final Fantasy, so before I run off to go get my snack, what I'd like to know, real quick, just for fun, you are known as the associate of Showmaster of Soytech. Dude, that guy sucks, I tell you. That dude is such a fucking bastard. Like, all he does is like jerk people off in like, you know, he's a professional circle jerker, just the worst dude I know. I can't believe he traveled all the way to Crit Assembly and got paid by them to talk about something he enjoys. Dude is a total sellout. He's the fucking worst. Any event. So what I'd like to do for a minute is I'd like to check in. How are you guys? How is everybody? How are y'all doing? I've seen some speculation that maybe Games Workshop is reinventing Albion and the islands around it. That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me at all. Games Workshop has been pivoting to make Old World pretty significant. Your tummy hurts? Well, grow the fuck up, champ. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Resident. I'm sorry your tum-tum hurt. I'm sorry your tum-tum hurt. I hope you feel better, Razor Dragon Tail. I don't know. Have you tried taking a Tums or something? Have you done anything about it, or are you just accepting that it sucks? Doing fine. I plan to see Lord of the Rings trilogy in theaters. Me too. Me too. So it's not this weekend. It's next weekend. No, it's the weekend after next weekend. Yeah, I am also going to see all 3 extended Lord of the Rings movies in theaters, and I'm very excited. I'm gonna go see it with my sister. That should be a good time. Okay, I just got wrecked in a 1K Old World game. Mr. Pig, what program did y'all use to play? Just curious. What is a Hear Me Out Warhammer fight you would like to see? Okay. Luke, I don't know if you know this. I just want to check to make sure we're on the same page. Generally speaking, a Hear Me Out is when you want to pork something. Like when you want to have sex with something. It's usually so when you say fight, do you mean like a fight, or do you mean like a fight, you know? Like what what type of conflict are we discussing here? Because, like, I could definitely lay it on thick about, like, who I'd want to see fight, and also who I'd like to see, like, fight. You know, but, like, you're using a very specific terminology here. Hear me out, a Medusae, a Bloodrack Medusae, okay, that is pretty bold. That's pretty brave. Like, they have a lot more snakes than people think they do. Like, they're not like a regular Medusa. They've got serpents coming off all over their tails, not just from their hair. And also, you know, if you make eye contact with them, they literally make blood pour out of every pore in your body, which probably isn't, I mean, you might be into that. I'm not into that. You might be into that. And if you are, like, you're gonna need so many, you're gonna need so much supplemental iron. You're gonna be so anemic by the end of that experience. If you're not dead, you'll probably be dead. But otherwise, you're gonna have bad anemia. Sotek, what's your take on the 8 Chaos Gods theory I'm seeing popping up in 40k lore videos? For fantasy, it's a very stupid idea that makes no sense. And it's a terrible idea. For 40k, it might be a good idea. 40k's setting has significantly less gods than fantasy. Fantasy has so many more gods. Like, we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of gods. 40k, it's like the 4 Chaos Gods and the Emperor. And that's basically it. Like, all the Eldar gods are dead. Cain has been shattered. The Satan are all broken up and aren't technically gods in the traditional sense anyway. The Tau, like, kind of sort of have a god, but not really, because she's not like the Tau's god. She's like the Gavesa Tau god or something like that. Like, there's not that many gods in the setting. So the idea that there's like 8 entities doomed to become the Chaos Gods, sure, fine. Me and Andy talked about it on stream, on the most recent Lorebeard stream, with me and him. And the big thing is that it boils down to that many people, I think, misunderstand the 8-pointed star of chaos, in that they think it means that there are 8 and only 8 directions of chaos, but that's not true. It's just a symbol that represents that chaos is infinite and points in all directions, not 8 specific directions. But representing like infinity directions is kind of complicated on like a 2D emblem without it looking stupid. Because the 8-pointed star was stolen directly from Michael Moorcock. Games Workshop didn't come up with that. They stole it. They full-on stole it from somebody else. And he determined the original definition of it. Michael Moorcock, that is. Games Workshop just completely lifted the idea and then trademarked it because they're dicks. Was not my intent, but whatever floats your boat, so tech. Alright, so if I had to say what 2 characters would I want to see genuinely fight, like they would be my favorite hear me out throwdown as far as like actual violence, which was your original intent, I would say, I think for me personally, a fight that should have happened in the lore but we never got to see, and I would have really liked to have seen it, is I would have loved to see Tehinuin, the Prophet of Sotek, versus Lord Skrulk. Like, they had armies fight against one another during the end times, but the 2 of them didn't actually fight. And I think that would have been such a fantastic showdown of 2 opposing ideologies with 2 characters that are very well designed against one another's specialities, that it would make for a really intense, very thematic throwdown. The other one that I could see myself really wanting to see would actually be Malekith or Malarian versus Grombrindal. That's another one that I would have given one of my, I would have like sacrificed my left nut to get to read, because that also would have been such, that would have been thousands of years of buildup and of story crafting and all these significant storylines building up into this cataclysmic showdown that has such an emotional core. Like, it's such a story of betrayal and violated oaths and ambition overwhelming brotherhood, that I think it would be wonderful to see that come to a conclusion. Now, if we're talking about the other kind of fight, like the more like a real hear me out that I'd want to see, I don't know. Let's put I mean, she's lonely. She's really lonely, and she's really like looking for someone. She's been looking for someone that can handle all that. Let's put like Goros Warhoof and Muna Mim in a room together and see what comes out, right? Listen, Goros Warhoof could save the Famir from extinction. He could single-handedly rescue the entire species from extermination. Like, that would be the way. He is the father of 1,000 young. My man has lain with almost every chaos creature in existence and somehow made it work. He has made it work. Neferata Excalida, that's not even that much of a, like, fanfic. That is basically just what happens. Stop cooking. I'm trying to, like, what would be like a sexy pairing that would be interesting? Like, I don't know, maybe like,
Yotam 9 Sheared, X100. Idea for a Malekith mechanic, forcibly subjugating and battleizing High Elf and Wood Elf factions through winning battles against them, kind of like Ngari, and unlocking access to some of those races' signature units while doing so.
Sort of like a less plot-holy Eternity King mechanic? I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree, Yotam. I would much rather see Malekith. No, Malekith should have the Black Council as his unique mechanic. Like, Malekith rules Naggaroth through a very specific political system, being the Black Council. And that should be his mechanic, because he's in charge of it. He determines who gets on it. He determines what their roles are. He's the one that, like, brutally massacres them in front of everybody else when they fail or they, like, do something wrong. And he maintains power and authority through control of that. I think that would be a much more suitable mechanic to him than anything to do with the Eternity King. I wouldn't do the Eternity King stuff, personally. If I was going to do something for the Eternity King, the only way I would interpret that for the end times is that I would make a mechanic where maybe the various elf factions could confederate each other, or like could dominate one another and allow them, and that would make them like Eternity King or Eternity Queen or whatever stupid ass name you're gonna give it. But I don't really feel like it's necessary. You could do it. I wouldn't do it, but you could do it. You need a confederation mechanic for Malekith, just Dark Elves in general. Yeah, Malekith should definitely have the Black Council. Marathi she's fine. I would love for her Slanesh mechanic to go deeper, but it's good enough, I suppose. And then the rest of them got enough cool hat tricks going on. But it would be nice for the Dark Elves. Honestly, I could see all the Dark Elves getting access to the Black Council as like just a faction-wide mechanic, but maybe Malekith's version of it is significantly better or more unique. There's a lot of different ways you could mess around with it. All right, so with that, I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'm gonna go get something to snack on real fast and then come back upstairs. So I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave y'all listening to like some Final Fantasy music and all that jazz. Oh, I just realized my stream. Oh, no, it's open. No, wait, no, that's something else. Did my streamer bot crash? Oh, yeah, it did. Weird. Once I get back, we are going to hop into and enjoy some Final Fantasy XIV, which should be a good time. And we'll just get back into it. I don't even remember what the fuck we were doing, but we'll figure it out together. And we're just gonna have a chill time and play some games. So, I'm gonna peace out and come back. I'm wondering if for YouTube we should start a new lobby. We probably should. No, we don't need to do that. That's not necessary. I'll just change the title later. That's fine. It's not a big deal. All right. So, y'all just sit tight. I'll go ahead and put up the BRB screen. Do I have it working on this? Oh, yes, I do. Haha. Let me make sure that turns up. Appear game. Yeah. All right. So I will be right back. I'm just going to leave y'all listening to all that jazz. And when I get back, we will play some Final Fantasy XIV. And we'll just keep chatting. We'll just keep yapping. If one of the mods would change the stream game to FF14, that would be great on Twitch. That would be lovely. love when I bang my elbow on shit. Oh, goodness. So, something I've been up to. Y'all probably don't know this, because I don't actually talk about it that much. But I'm like an absolute fucking card slut for this game called Union Arena. Which it's like a card, it's a TCG that you play all of the different like sets, which there's like a good number of them, but all the different sets are based on like different animes and anime video games and stuff like that. And normally I'm pretty good at resisting getting into TCGs, but this one lured me in because my friends were like, oh, there's a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood set, and I was like, fuck, because I fucking love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So I've been getting really, really hardcore into it, and I'm trying to master set it. I'm attempting to master set. Where am I? Where am I? Ah! There I am. Okay. I'm attempting to oh, god damn it. Thank you. Thank you, Crimlow. I missed you too. Thank you. So I've been attempting to master set it, which a master set means you have one of every card. Excuse me. One of every card of every rarity. And in addition to that, I'm also trying to max rarity my main deck, which is my homunculus deck. So I have a 7 Deadly Sins deck. And it is been quite interesting, but I'm having like a stupid good time with it. Like, look at that. Look how good that card looks. This one's an AP card, so it's like so this one, it's foil. You can't really tell because it's in its little plastic thing. But I almost have the entire release event set, which the release event sets have like, they have like the text release event printed on the card in gold. I am 2 cards short of the full set. 2 out of 100 cards. There are 2 of them that are missing, and they're not for sale on the TCG Player website. They're out of stock, and I'm losing my fucking mind because if I can't, they're not printed anymore. So if I can't find them, I'm just gonna have an incomplete set. And I'm like, I will fucking kill someone if I cannot finish the set. Okay, before we play, I'm actually gonna eat my food. I don't want to eat and play at the same time, but I'm just gonna sit here and chill. But I wonder if I can get Vera to start playing FF14 with me, or somebody, maybe Inari. Though, oh no, Inari's not on the same server I am. Do Kislev and Cathay have any novels? Not that are new. Cathay has no novels. That are even remotely accurate to what it is now. Kislev did have a series called the Ambassador Chronicles. They're fairly old, but they still hold up pretty okay. So I would check out the Ambassador Chronicles if you want some Kislev stuff. I will mute myself when I eat. What TCG is he talking about? Union Arena. UNIONARENA. Mods, did we switch the game, by the way?
Yotam
While I was gone?
X100. Who would win? Grom's level 50 stomach versus Skoro's war who 200% spell intensity Centivan Yulk.
Definitely Grom's stomach. Grom is a pro guzzler, man. Thank you, mods. What hobby projects am I currently working on? For me, I'm mostly just, I've been going out a lot, enjoying card games with my friends. I need to clean off my hobby desk. Currently, it's covered in random books, for lore research mainly. I missed the Christmas event, but New Year's just started. Oh, well, that's good at least. We can do the New Year's event today. That'll be fun. What type of immortality is better, a vampire or demon prince? Vampire. Definitely vampire. Vampire a billion, million times. Oh, Castrata, that's awesome, dude. Congrats on getting your first mini, and I hope you enjoy the Cathay Arcane Journal. I thought it was a pretty good read. It's a little propaganda heavy. Like, it's a little... I wish they had given a more accurate portrayal of Cathay and a little bit less of, like, glazing it. Because it really reads like propaganda. From a Cathayan perspective, which is fine, but not what I would prefer. You enjoyed the end of year stream being called a fishmonger? You are a fishmonger. I suspect you do much more to those fish than simply monger them, but... I'm amused that your main story quest is on while you were away, while you're studying the Returner's bounty pond. Yeah. Oh yeah, it literally is while you were away. I didn't do that on purpose, but that is actually very funny. That is the perfect quest to come back on, isn't it? Thank you for pointing that out, Hawk. I'll answer that in just a second. I was out of chicken salad, so I had some leftover queso I heated up.
100. Did you get a chance to check out Sovel yet? I think you will really like it. It is like a roguelike Warhammer tabletop.
I have not. Not yet. That's good stuff. Who's the most dangerous woman Felix could pull and not die? Neferata. I think Felix would absolutely survive Neferata because she would find him amusing. And she wouldn't kill him. Especially because he already knows about vampires and he just, like, doesn't get involved. Morning Firestorm! Hello! Good to see you. So the lore question that Maladal, sorry, asked earlier, why is it that Nagash seems to be able to utilize Warpstone so much without being influenced by chaos? The Skaven do it, but they have their own god. So, Warpstone does not cause you to fall to chaos. Warpstone causes you to mutate or to go, you put your mind and your body at risk. So, the presence of Warpstone is very likely to cause, like, mutation or insanity or, like, unravel your mind or wear down at the more natural parts of you. And Nagash was absolutely affected by all the Warpstone he literally ate. Like, Nagash was eating and consuming massive quantities of Warpstone, which is why he's such a giant fucking skeleton thing. Like, it's not that he was purely, like, he wasn't that big in life. He was a normal man when he was alive. The Warpstone is what turned him into that. Like, when you think Nagash, and you think of, like, his tabletop mini, the giant, like, 20-foot tall freak skeleton god, that's what Warpstone did to him. And it also probably fucked up his mind a bit. Like, not in a way that we would really necessarily notice, but it's likely that the Warpstone drove many aspects of, like, his paranoia and his god complex to bigger heights. But, like, normal humans can interact with Warpstone. You can even do so relatively safely if you have the proper equipment. Relatively being the keyword. It just has to be handled with extreme care. This is a delicious cupcake, but it's way too crumbly. Take one bite and, like, the rest of it falls on my shirt. Sotek confirms that Gash was sexist because of Warpstone. Well, to be fair to Nagash, right? To be fair to Nagash, Nagash is most likely very sexist. Which he is, but he is most likely very sexist because of the environment he was raised in. Nagash is a product of the mortuary cult. What is this? Returner status applies to players who have at least one class at level 50 or above, had not revisited AORs in more than 45 days. It gives me network access, which I'll probably immediately leave. Oh, this doesn't actually, like, do anything? Oh, no, it gives me an EXP bonus. Okay, fine. It's only for a few days. Alright, so before we do whatever this is, oh, we're back. Oh, we're back. We are going to go do our dailies, which we have not done in, like, 1,000 years.
Loving Lawbeards. 40k EP was funny. Delivering mail RN. Are there any famous mail systems in the old world that aren't just magic? EA Pony Express Earl.
Yes, the Imperial Postal Service does exist, genuinely. And the Imperial Postal Service does revolve. Yes, there is an Imperial Postal Service. It's not as well explored in the lore as many would like. Funny that you asked this. First of all, thank you for the 11 months, USS Jalapeno Poppers. Great name, by the way. The big thing is that, because what's funny to me that you asked about that is that my GM for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay that I do on Sundays, my Games Master has like a whole fucking thing about the Imperial Postal Service. Because it pisses him off that it's not like super well explored. So he actually made like a whole thing where he wrote up a bunch of his own stuff for it. And a big part of that was he then actually took it to like one of the original one of the writers for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay who first really talked about it, and he was like, hey, here's all this stuff I wrote, could you like look it over and, you know, let me know what would work and what wouldn't, and yada yada yada. So it's something a lot of people would want there to be significantly more written about. It 100% canonically exists. The Imperial Postal Service is a full-on thing. It's just not really well designed or explored, which is a shame because postal delivery would be critical in the Empire. Being able to like communicate information over long period or over large distances safely through the Empire, which is a significant portion of it is covered in very, very dangerous forest, is not for the faint of heart. Do I have to... Oh, there we go. There you go, you little Moogle. So, with all that in mind, it's one of those things that you kind of have to expand on your own, until you have the opportunity to, until someone eventually, probably for the roleplay game, actually like deals with it. Because like you have to imagine that like outriders would be critical to it. Like imagining these very heavily armored wagons that have like, you know, a guy at the front and maybe like a guy inside and also a couple guys on the sides that all have guns, like have like outrider long guns and pistols and stuff, because there are going to be beastmen attacking them, there are going to be greenskins attacking them, wild animals attacking them, and bandits, like bandits of all kinds are going to be trying to attack them. And they're going to have to be able to defend the mail. So like it would be a very, very dangerous but probably well-paying job, because it's not for the faint of heart. We actually know that dwarfs actually have an established mail system. They use runners, also sometimes known as rune scribers. But dwarf runners are Dawi that have specially trained to run very long distances, and they are surprisingly quick. And what they're really, really good at is navigating the underway. So the underway that connects the various dwarf holds, they navigate those spaces with like extreme expertise, and they haul ass. Aren't dwarf runners also a thing in Blood Bowl? Yes, but they do a very different job. They're usually referred to as rune scribers, if memory serves. Oh wait, why am I turning this in? I don't want to do that yet. What game is this? This is Final Fantasy XIV, the world award-winning, world-renowned MMO that is actually very, very fun, has a surprisingly deep and engaging story, and you can play for free all the way up until I don't remember which expansion it cuts you off at, but you could get like dozens and dozens of hours in on this game before you have to worry about having to pay a single dime. I'm doing some dailies right now to level up one of my crafting things. Up to Stormblood? Okay, so you can play up to the second expansion for freezies. It's pretty fun. And if you do end up playing, you can join the server I'm on and like we'll help you out with shit. Wasn't the mortuary cult formed by Cetra? Yes. Cetra formed it, but it developed into something very different than what Cetra intended after his death. Because the thing you have to keep in mind about the mortuary cult is that the mortuary cult... So the reason they ended up... We don't know precisely what caused them to have a very sexist development, but it basically boiled down to that in Nehekaran religion, the priesthood is believed to only be available to men. So magic is the purview of men, not women, which is actually very, very different than most cultures in the Warhammer world, where the opposite is true. But the Tomb Kings believed, or well, obviously they weren't Tomb Kings yet, the Nehekarans. The Nehekarans believed that only men should be allowed to make, practice magic, which was a part of like why Neferata got so bitchy, was that she wanted to learn magic and the mortuary cult denied her. Now certain priesthoods certain different priesthoods did seem to allow women into their roles, but the mortuary cult specifically was very, very anti-lady. I need an exploding Koopa nut. There we go. And I do need a max quality one. I should be able to get away with... Yeah, there we go. That's what we like to see. And then I need to make stonemasonry supplies. Sign of the Emperor, thank you for the super chat. Do you think you'll be able to convince CA to make Wallach Harkin a legendary lord of the vampire counts and only a legendary hero for Nagash when you get him as a Mortark? God damn it. I fucked that up. It is something I would desperately wish to make happen. I don't know if I can convince them to spend the resources that would be required to do that. I hope I can. I desperately hope that I can. But all we can really do is wait and see how things pan out. Between now and whenever that particular DLC is finished. Ooh, I may have fucked up. Okay, there we go. I almost dunked that up. Okay. It is my dearest hope that I think he should be a legendary lord for the vampire counts.
Mr. _ volunteered. X100. Any rumblings / movements surrounding Cartep being able to be confederated by Cetra via the mortuary cult mechanic? You were pushing for it before year's end.
There's been some discussion about it. There's a very good chance it could happen early this year, but people need to continue bringing it up on the forums, on the Discord, and on the subreddit. People need to keep bringing it up because it'll be a lot easier if y'all keep making posts about it. It'll be a lot easier. That I'm waiting for CA to get back in the office. Like, I'm not bothering CA right now because they're not there. So if I submit any reports or ideas or anything, no one's gonna see it. And then when they get back, like, it's gonna have been like a week since they were in the office, and then it's just gonna fall on deaf ears. So I'm waiting for them all to get back and to start posting their, like, oh, hey, we're back, notes. And then I'm gonna start busting their balls over a number of things, that being one of them. Need a legendary lord for every bloodline? I hardcore agree. I could not agree more strongly with the statement. There should be at least one legendary lord for every vampire count bloodline. I fully agree. The only exception should be the mysterious 7th bloodline, because Games Workshop doesn't know what it is, because Games Workshop's never detailed it. But like, especially the big 5. Like, there should be a Blood Dragon Legendary Lord. We already have plenty of Von Karsteins. We know we're getting Neferata, so that gives us our Lamian. So the only one we're still missing, after... If we could get Wallach as a Blood Dragon, then the only one we'd be definitively missing at that point, would be, Necrarchs, with Zacharias the Ever-Living. Which would be a shame, because Zacharias is unironically my favorite vampire of all time. Sagadiner. Have you heard about the free trial of the critically acclaimed MMORPG 514, which includes the base game of Rome Reborn, the first award-winning expansion Heavensward, and the second award-winning expansion Stormblood up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? I do genuinely recommend this game. I've had a lot of fun with it. Oh yeah, it's Strigoi. Yeah, I can't forget the Strigoi, which my personal vote is for Vorag Bloodytooth. Vorag Bloodytooth, the first Ghoul King, would be the perfect character. Come on, Vorag. Strigoi always being forgotten. To be fair, it is their best hat trick. No, Serbanian, I'm doing some side questing right now for society quests, but I am in Stormblood right now. I'm actually about halfway, or maybe like a 2/3 of the way through Stormblood. What's the difference between Strigoi and Ghoul Kings? Technically nothing. A Strigoi is a Ghoul King is a type of Strigoi. So they're referred to as Strigoi Ghoul Kings. But what makes a Ghoul King vaguely unique is the idea that they have... So a regular Strigoi is just like a big spooky vampire. When you are dealing with a Ghoul King is specifically a Strigoi vampire that has devolved into the point where they look and appear as giant, large ghouls. And they have basically gone mostly insane, and they spend almost all of their time around ghouls. They lead ghoul colonies. And they basically rule over these little courts of madness. That is basically what a Ghoul King, that's the major difference, is that a traditional, like, whatever, Strigoi vampire is likely going to be much more powerful, much older, and much more sane than their Ghoul King counterparts. Because Ghoul Kings are basically vampires that were driven underground or driven into hiding. So instead of feeding on fresh body or like the living, they have been feeding on like corpses and rats and ghouls and beasts. And because they were feeding on such poor quality of blood, it caused them to degenerate into the Ghoul Kings. Now, Vorag was a bit different. Vorag was the most powerful survivor. Vorag was the most powerful survivor after the fall of Morkane. So when Morkane, which was the capital of the Empire of Strigos, which is what the Strigoi are named after, because the Strigoi are the vampires of Strigos. When Strigos fell, right? So when the Empire of Strigos fell, all the survivors scattered to the winds. Ushoran died. So Ushoran was slain by, oh god, I think his name was like Mad Red Eye or something like that, but he was slain by an orc shaman. And when Ushoran died, the Empire fell, the city of Morkane was sacked by the Savage Orc hordes, and this led to the big horrible mess that resulted in the Strigoi scattering to the winds, and they tried to go all out to like get the aid of other vampires. So they basically went out and were like, hey, our home's been destroyed, like we're being left out, our vampire brethren, help us. But all of the other vampires fucking hated them. Because they were, there was a lot of political stuff that went into it of why all the other vampires despised them, but they did. So like the Lamians manipulated events to help vampire hunters find the Strigoi wherever they were. The Blood Dragons hunted them for sport, because they saw vampires, like very big scary Strigoi vampires, as being some of the best challenges, martial feats to slay them. The Necrarchs would just capture and experiment on them and use them in like horrible experiments to further their knowledge of vampires and undeath. And then they tried going to Vlad von Karstein, and Vlad saw the corruption that was starting to take root within them and was beginning to, we'll say, spread to other aspects of their nature. And Vlad was like, nah, not here, you're not here. And Vlad started killing them and forced them to run away. So they were forced into the underground of society, and this led to the de-evolution into Ghoul Kings. Hi, Sotek. Has CA confirmed how many lords are in Lords of the End Times? Yes, well, kind of. So so in the paid DLC, there are 4 legendary lords. So it's Nagash, and then 3 other characters who are not associated with the undead, because each of the different parts of the pack is going to focus on a different like group. Now, if you've ever read the End Times, you would know that it's very safe to bet that you're probably going to be looking at like the Skaven are a likely option, because book 4 is Thanquol, and we don't have Thanquol in the game yet. And there's also quite a few End Times units for the Skaven that we haven't gotten yet. Plus the Skaven are actually missing a lot of units from earlier books. So they are Skaven are a very likely contender. You then also have Nurgle or Chaos, because book 2 is the Glotkin. And the Glotkin are also not in the game yet. The Glotkin are like this giant, fucking huge Chaos Champion of Nurgle. That's actually 3 Champions of Nurgle altogether, because they're brothers. So you have Urk Glot, who's like the size of a Great Unclean One, if not bigger, because he's so heavily mutated. Otto Glot, who is the eldest brother, and he is like more of a traditional Chaos Lord. So he's a really big, spooky guy with like a big scythe, that just absolutely like dominates in combat. And then the last brother is Ethrak Glot, and Ethrak Glot, or Ethrak Glot, however you want to pronounce it, is a Chaos Sorcerer Lord. So he's like a really, really, really powerful Sorcerer of Nurgle. And the 2 older brothers, so the Sorcerer and the warrior, ride on top of Gurk's shoulders, because Gurk is just fucking huge. And then the last one is hard to say. Those were really the only factions that got notable updates in the end times. Khorne got some updates, but we actually already have all of the Khorne stuff in the game. Thanks to the most recent, thanks to the Omens of Destruction DLC, which added in all the Khorne end time stuff. So the last group, it's probably not Grand Cathay, because we know Grand Cathay is about to get a mini DLC, and I don't think they're going to do back-to-back on the same faction. It could be the Empire, because the Empire features very, very heavily as one of the main, like, focuses of the end times, particularly the Middenheim, because in the Storm of Chaos, which was the original version of the end times, the Empire had a completely unique Storm of Chaos roster, which was the Army of Middenheim, and we don't have any of those units in game. And it's the only Storm of Chaos roster that has not been added to Total War Warhammer yet. Literally every single other Storm of Chaos roster is in the game, minus like 2 or 3 units. Like the Demons of Chaos are missing just a couple of guys. So the Empire would make a lot of sense, with maybe Middenheim getting a big feature. I could also see us potentially getting like, they could do Grand Cathay maybe back to back. I mean, because they were planning to do Neferata back to back with Nagash was the original plan. So maybe they could do Grand Cathay, and maybe we could get like the Monkey King. That would make a lot of sense, to have like the Monkey King like be like the real big bad. Not big bad, but like, you know, a big feature legendary lord for the end times. I could also maybe see them doing elves. The elves did get a big feature as in the end times. All 3 of them featured prominently in book 3, which was Cain. If they did that, though, the DLC would probably have to be like a combined approach to elves. So it would be like, more than likely, the Legendary Lord would probably be someone like Erloth, because Erloth is one of the feature characters of the end times, who is a Wood Elf character. But you could also just have like a bunch of different units for Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and maybe even High Elves included. So that would be an option. You could do... Who else could you do? You could do Lizardmen. I don't think the Lizardmen would be the strongest argument, because, like, granted, the Lizardmen are missing. The Lizardmen could use, like, one good Lord pack still. But it would be kind of pigeon-focused compared to the other 3. Elven... Doesn't She Who Thirsts like to combine elves? Gross, first of all. Second of all, how dare you? So we need to go see the Bug Boys. Trying to think if there's anyone else.
You bring a token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good, good.
I think those are the only realistic options.
At Sign of the Emperor 1240 donated $20 Australian through Super Chat.
Thank you,
Assuming
Sion.
that we're successful in making Wallaka LL for the counts, what should be done with the Red Duke? It feels like bloat to have him as another Counts LL. What about as a hybrid
with Bretonia, maybe with Malabad? Yeah, so if Wallach Harkin becomes a legendary lord, I agree that it would be redundant to have the Red Duke just be another Vampire Count legendary lord. It would be kind of silly. However, I also agree that if you made him a hybrid, so if you made him a Vampire Count faction with a Blood Dragon focus, who is also a hybrid Bretonian faction, so he interacts with Bretonian mechanics, and he has access to like Disgraced Knights, or like he has access to various Bretonian units. That would, I think, go a long way to making him feel like a unique experience. That would be really fun. So like Wallach Harkin could be like your true hardcore focused Blood Dragon experience. Meanwhile, you would be looking at the Red Duke as your Bretonian vampire hybrid. And if they did that, I would absolutely want Malabad included somehow. I don't think we could have both Malabad and the Red Duke as legendary lords. One of them would have to be a legendary hero. I feel like one of them would have to get demoted. I feel like, I mean, they could do maybe like a Vlad Isabella thing, where like maybe you could have both of them, and depending on which one you pick, they lean harder one way of the thing. So like maybe if you play the campaign with Wallach Harkin, or with the Red Duke, he's more undead with a little bit of Bretonian influence. Whereas if you play a campaign with maybe if you play a campaign with maybe if you play a campaign with as what's his face? Malabad, he is a more of a Bretonian campaign with a vampire influence. That way, like, you kind of get the best of both worlds, and we also don't have to worry about these. Oh, right. It's RU. Allah. What am I doing wrong? /say RU Allah. Okay, I guess that is not count as the yellow dragon I need. Oh, I have to go to specific yellow dragons. Okay. 50 Shades of Yellow. Okay, that's over there. I'll deal with this one first. Where exactly is Bloodkeep? Not where it is on the Total War Warhammer map. Bloodkeep covers one of the southernmost passes that takes you from Wizenland to Bretonia. So it's pretty far down there. It's not crazy far away from Nuln, but the fact that they put it in Nuln is weird. I would actually like it to be a settlement rather than a what they did with it, where they made it like a they made it into a whole fucking thing. Not a huge fan of that personally. Where they like just stuck it in Nuln. I don't like it just being in Nuln. I feel like it should be somewhere more lore accurate. $50 Shades of Yellow must be a lot of different hydration level golden showers. Gross. Have you thought about getting into piss? Maybe? Possibly? We've got 50 entire shades for you to pick from. So while you never let elves get too bored. They start coming up with weird shit. I hope we get Conrad von Karstein as a legendary hero. That would be pretty cool. We're definitely not going to get him now, because Wallach Harkin seems to be taking the legendary hero slot. But I do very much hope that we get him eventually. Because he would be the perfect legendary hero for, like, all of the vampires. I mean, Wallach is a reasonable legendary hero as well, in my opinion. But I just want... Like, honestly, I wouldn't be that upset. I'm gonna... Maybe a controversial statement. But I wouldn't be that upset if CA decided to, like, split the difference and make it where you could have the Red Duke as a legendary lord and then have Wallach Harkin as just a legendary hero. It wouldn't be my ultimate preference, but it would be enough that I'd be like, all right, like I could live with that. I feel like the Red Duke could offer a very different experience than Wallach would, but it is what it is. Do you think we're gonna get the likes of Valton or Luther Huss as legendary heroes of the Empire during the End Times DLC? If the Empire gets featured, it depends. It depends. If the Empire is going to feature heavily on Middenheim, I wouldn't be shocked if you got neither of them. Because it would probably be focused on Middenheim, so you'd be dealing with like, you'd instead be dealing with things like, R. Ulrich, Boris Todbringer, maybe like the head of the Tütingen Knights, or the head of the Knights Panther, or the head of the White Wolves. Like, you'd be dealing with like Middenheim specific stuff, in my opinion. But I wouldn't put it past them to find a way to sneak Valton and Luther Huss in. Oh, damn it. I leveled up the society now. Resistance is futile. Oh boy. This will be a whole fucking thing. Let me stretch. Oh. Alright. It's voice acting time. What about Gutrot Spume? Gutrot Spume should be a legendary hero. Granted, I'm very biased. I am super biased because I want Gutrot Spume to be a hero for Norska as well as Nurgle. So that, because I want Norska to have one legendary hero for each god. So I want them to have a Tzeentch legendary hero, a Khorne legendary hero, a Nurgle legendary hero, and a Slaanesh legendary hero. Because I swear to God, I'm going to get fucking Steercar as a Norska legendary hero as soon as CA gets back in the office. But then I really am hoping to get Gutrot Spume for Nurgle, and then either the King of Norska, the King of Skeggi, Adela of the Thousand Mouths. I think she would make for a fantastic Skeggi-themed legendary hero that would also be the Tzeentch character. Or I could live with Galroch. I could live with Galroch as a legendary hero for Tzeentch, Norska, and the Warriors of Chaos. I would prefer King Adela, but I could live with Galroch. Alright, here we go. Take a chug of water. It's voice acting time. Master, I only wish to help Loth Astvath, a well-meaning wish, but now it seems it will ruin us. With my travels, I have greatly angered the Overmind. I have brought this misfortune upon our colony. It is my duty to rectify it. I thought long and hard, and there is only one way to avoid war. I will destroy the Overmind himself. Without his guidance, the One Mind will not know what to do. They will grow confused, so confused. They cannot go to war without a leader to command them, yes? So I will give myself up to Gnath, willingly, for the Overmind to come out of his nest, to cure me of individuality. In that moment, I will strike. If I submit myself to the One Mind's thoughts, he should not suspect. Should not. Master, when the storyteller spoke of true purpose, it caused me to reconsider my own. Perhaps becoming an adventurer was not my purpose at all. Creating the guild, traveling to distant lands to secure resources, treating with the dragons. Perhaps these were to serve a greater purpose, to protect my colony. I will not shirk this duty. My sense of self is strong enough. I will be victorious, as I was at Annex Tribe. Master, I cannot ask for your help this time. The storyteller will have need of you here, at the colony. Should I fail in my task, all Vath must prepare themselves for war. Forgive me. These are difficult things for me to say. Very difficult. But I must. So, farewell for now. Deft arm, you fool! He's just a little guy! Oh wait, I'm just a little guy, you son of a bitch. How dare you make me marketable? How dare you make me marketable? Nurgle just needs a visual overhaul? Nah. Neglectful.
I want
Neglectful.
Spume as LL because I think that the
Neglectful.
fleet as a concept deserves its own faction.
Neglectful.
The Nurgle LH should be Valny the Reaper.
Neglectful. Listen. Look up Putrid Blight Kings, because you're gonna get those as part of the end times. You are going to get Putrid Blight Kings. They are the fattest Nurgle mortal fat boys to have ever fat boyed. Like, they got the jelly rolls that are like all full of pus and bile and nasty. Like, they got the juicy rumblies that are spewing out nurglings and all sorts of unmentionable filth. You are going to have the best fat boy design that we've ever had, which are the Putrid Blight Kings. Like, especially the end time variant, they are so fucking cool looking. I want Gutrot Spume as a legendary lore because I think the Plague Fleet is a concept that deserves its own faction. I'm gonna be honest, Yotam, I actually think that the Glotkin will be a Plague Fleet faction. Because you have to remember that the way the Glotkin invades the old world is through the Plague Fleet. Like, it is a Plague Fleet that attacks Marienburg. The Glotkin's invasion of the Empire is a naval one. So I am actually expecting the Glotkin to be the naval Nurgle faction. Because that is like the main thrust of his invasion. Like, he's not as nautical themed as fucking Gutrot Spume, because Gutrot Spume does have like the whole Plague Kraken thingamajigger going on, and like half of his body is like a Plague Kraken tentacle thing. But I do think they're gonna represent that through the Glotkin as opposed to through Gutrot Spume. I don't think Glotkin will be like a standard Nurgle faction. I do think he's gonna have Plague Fleet leaning gimmicks. You look troubled, great hunter. Is there something amiss? Death's gone to kill himself! The fool. The Overmind will gladly welcome him into his arms. Even should he strike down the Overmind, it will be for naught. When one falls, another rises. So it has ever been. Great hunter, We are vulnerable to the Overmind, but his thoughts hold no sway over man. Only you can pursue him. But Storyteller, even should he find the Death Dom, there are too many drones in the hive for them to escape. Too many! The Overmind could command them all to strike at once. We must try to reach him before that happens. If the Death Dom enters the hive and is cleansed of his individuality, the One Mind will grow confident. Very confident indeed. His recklessness will only spur them to swifter action. Let us hope there is still time. I will try to summon the others, those who may be willing to help us. Hurry, Great Hunter, to Gnath. Is this what tier quest is this for them? Okay, this is to get us to level. Oh wow, this is gonna get us level 7. Damn. All right. I think this is like the second to last. This is either the last or the second to last story beat for the Gnath. Talking about the regular Chaos Lords, Great Unclean Ones. So yeah, you're not gonna get the mutate. You're not gonna get the intestines, unfortunately. Games Workshop went and pretty heavily redesigned like all of the Great Unclean One designs. For I don't know why, but they did this. So they replaced all of like the split stomachs and intestines and all that shit with like the whole mouth concept. So like I don't think we're gonna get. I don't know if like it's for censorship reasons or for like age rating reasons, but I don't think we're ever gonna get like a Nurgle design from Creative Assembly that has like the guts literally hanging out of their stomach. Because I actually remember I had a discussion with Creative Assembly when it came around the Morngulls, because the original Morngul design that Creative Assembly made, so like the version that Creative Assembly made for the game, has their intestines hanging out the backs of their bodies. So there's like part of their spine and organs hanging out the back. But when they tried to put it into the game, either Games Workshop, I don't think it was Games Workshop, it was probably some kind of censor, but someone basically told them, no, you can't do that. Like that's too much. You can't do that. So if you actually go look at the Morngul and the Morngul Haunter, they have like mist. They have like a lot of mist and fog and shit coming out of where their body ends. And it's to cover up like the design that has all like the guts and shit hanging out of it. Vath, I'm here to help. Who do I think the legendary hero of the Middenheim faction should be? Oh god. I don't want it to be R. Ulrich, but I feel like it's going to be R. Ulrich. I would rather have R. Ulrich as a legendary lord than a legendary hero, but I feel like it'd be silly to have both Boris and R. Ulrich as legendary lords. Like, that would be a lot. So it's probably going to end up being R. Ulrich, but if they want to make me like the happiest girl at the school and they just want to have me like splooshing all over the place, I would have it be either the chapter master of the Knights Panther or the chapter master of the White Wolves, and then have R. Ulrich and Boris be legendary lords. Would be like my perfect world, but I feel like I'm not going to get that. Oh, we got a cutscene. Oh boy, here it comes.
Yotam 9 shared. X100. If Norska has to have a Nurgle LH, why not Valnir the Reaper?
I mean, you could do Valnir. I would be fine with Valnir or Gutrot Spume. Either one would be fine. I have a hard time believing that we're gonna get Gutrot Spume as a legendary lord in addition to the Glotkin. Like unless CA is, like, if CA has completely lost their minds, and I mean this in a good way, if CA has completely lost their minds, and their goal is to come out and, like, blow everyone's fucking brains out in, like, the most insane way possible, if they did, like, 2 Legendary Lords per faction, so if it was, like, Nagash and Neferata, Gutrot Spume and the Glotkin, I don't know what they would do for the elves. Maybe, like, Erloth and Talaris Dreadbringer, or they could do, like, or, like, Boris Todbringer and R. Ulrich, or something like that. And then for the, if they do Thanquol and the Skaven, do maybe, like, Thanquol and Bone Ripper and Screech Vermin King. If they did that, that would be the most insane shit in the universe. But I am pretty fucking sure they're not gonna do that. Because that's double the work. And they've been advertising it as you get 4 Legendary Lords with 1 free LC Legendary Lord. That may or may not include Neferata. I don't know if Neferata is the free Legendary Lord or if she's in addition to the one they already hinted about. But they are full on advertising it as 4+1, not 1+1, not 4+4. So I'm not gonna, like, I feel bad even putting that out into the universe because I don't think it's something that is realistically achievable in the time frame that they seem to be working on. And I feel like Gutrot Spume makes for a very easy legendary hero versus, like, the Magath Riders, which would be 3 fucking guys, where Gutrot Spume is just 1 guy and is a lot easier to do. But shrug. I just feel like it's the most likely case. Clack, clack. It is done. He is cured. Whoa! I haven't seen this. I don't know if I've ever seen this guy before. If I have, I haven't seen him in, like, a super fucking long time. He's got a serious pair of horns. You come in vain, fleshling hunter of gods. Sense of self no longer exists in this one. He is ours once more, one with the many, in harmony. Harmony that you could never hope to achieve. Your division breeds chaos, murder, war. You do not understand peace. Would that you could learn, could link. Our harmony is beyond your kind. All submit to a single thought here. We do not quarrel. But you, fleshling, you sow discord. You nurture deformity. You would murder the many. If you thirst for blood, hunter, then sate it with one of your own. Leave our hive at once. Release the Death Dom! You do not understand. The non-mind senses of self fester and corrupt the whole. The non-mind threatens the natural order. This one's presence is poison, anathema. We feel it growing, gnawing, present yet apart, defiant. It no longer. It ends. Corrupted flesh must be destroyed, before it grows and claims us. He won't do it! He's my bud! We know your strength, warrior. We know your thirst. Grant him his death, or will you let him grant you yours? Remember who you are, Death Dom! Sodek's practicing for Thanquol. Thanquol would not have that low of a voice. Thanquol would be much more panicky and high-pitched. What is this? The seams. They tear. Impossible. No, we are the many. We are the one. Even if you stray, you cannot escape. You will obey. It's like Tyranid synapse shit. You dishonor your family. Oh, the storyteller's here. You forget that the Gnath have yet have allies. Powerful allies. Hey, everybody's here. This has to be the last quest of the mass storyline. Give him hell, Deft Arm. You're stronger than this. You're an adventurer, are you not? Pull yourself together. Without Deft Arm, who would Drydock share stick eggs with? That's more of a thankful voice. Deft Arm. Deft Arm. Deft Arm! What's my expectation / get for DLC after the end times? I would guess they'll probably do another mini pack if the first one's successful. If the first mini pack is successful, then I think they'll do another one. Maybe for like Dark Elves? That would be cool. Or Zinch? Nah, I can see them not wanting to do Chaos again right away. So maybe, I would say maybe Dark Elves. Dark Elves could be really cool. Bretonia? Give Bretonia a DLC. Give Bretonia a fucking DLC. Whose thoughts are these? Silence! Silence! The link. It bends to his voice. To his will. One speaks louder than many. It'll probably be something smaller, though. Master, storyteller, I know you all, and you all know me. Yes, I am the Deft Arm, adventurer and protector of my colony. Ooh! You fucking shot him! Oh my god! You! None would dare assault us! None! You know not what you have done! Withdraw! Oh, okay, no, I guess we'll deal with him later. Oh, did he just free those two from the Overmind? Oh, no, okay, they're running away now. I cast done. He's a true Texan at heart. Those who have always followed the will of the Overmind know nothing of the other powerful bonds in this world. A Halfling DLC? Dude, Halfling DLC would be fucking goated. But I feel like Halflings would probably come with like a big Dogs of War pack, and I don't think they're gonna do that immediately after the end times, because that's gonna be a pretty big DLC. I felt a great fear in him, greater than his hate. I believe the One Mind will avoid us for some time. I felt such emptiness, as they feel. There were no shapes, no flavors, no moods. There were no questions, no answers. Only a single command, to obey. I could not accept such a world. I was able to regain myself thanks to all of you, but now I feel so exhausted. Let us return home to the guild. Lore of Metal! Sire, thank you for the super chat. Talara's mini pack with City Guard, Magma Dragons, also going to Chaos Dwarfs and Shadowblade. I don't know if I would expect Magma Dragons as part of Dark Elves. I don't know about that. Like, I'm not super against it by any means, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't expect it. I mean, I would rather have Rephilim than a Magma Dragon. I think Rephilim for Dark Elves would be so fucking cool. Give me like the undead shades of Arethiel, being like these horrible elven banshee-like things. Oh, I really want Rephilim. Yeah, if Dark Elves were gonna get a new dragon, I'd rather have a sea dragon. Like, give me a sea dragon for Dark Elves, like a big serpentine dragon that goes along the ground like a big snake and breathes fire and shit. I would much rather have that than a magma dragon for the Dark Elves. I feel like the sea dragon is a lot more iconic for them. Nope. My friends, I cannot thank you enough for coming to my aid. Friends, now don't go thinking it's because I'm soft, because I ain't. The hunters have been dependent on a steady flow of arrow shafts from your guild. It'd be too much trouble to go back to fetching them ourselves. The putrid incense applied by the guild may make my eyes water, but it keeps the convictory blessedly free of dragons. Psh, gosh. Guppies cannot get enough of guild stick eggs. Dreadnoks get shivery shakes without them. He's addicted. That's so funny. Warpstone Dragon? Dude, Warpstone Dragon would be fucking sick. Warpstone Dragon would probably be Chaos, though. It wouldn't be Dark Elves. It definitely would not be Dark Elves. I never realized that the guild had become so important to so many people. Lost Earth no longer lives as a parasite. Thanks to the Adventurers Guild, our sustainability is guaranteed as long as there are those willing to accept our help. The One Mind believed that we were alone, that we only survived by clinging to each other. That was their conception of a colony. To welcome strangers into the hive is unthinkable to them, and our advantage. Unlike the Overmind, we can forge alliances with others to enrich our colony. They cannot ascertain our strength, and that is cause for them to leave us be. Much cause indeed. The non-mind have much to be thankful for. It seems we have become too useful for those around us. We are sure to repay our wonderful allies' kindness in whatever way we can. Even so, I yearn to experience more, to explore new lands and meet new people. I have learned much from your lessons, but it is time to be my own master. I have burdened you long enough. I know that I have much to learn, and try as I might, I can never be as strong as you. I must develop my own strengths, and to see the guild and its future adventurers. But I hope someday to join you. Your pupil will make you proud. Wait for me, master. Hooray! Talaris gets plus 69 relations with Crone Hellebron. He should! He absolutely should. He should start, like, if Talaris was a legendary lord, he should have, like, a starting non-aggression and plus 69. You have achieved sworn reputation with the Vath. Woohoo! Sworn. Alright, is that... Okay, that's all of our main dailies. Oh god, how do I leave the novice chat again? Because holy moly, they talk too much. One second. Sorry about that. Let's see. We could do the Dragoon storyline. Because I'm level 69, so by the time I'm done with it, we should hit level 70. Why don't we do that today? Because I don't have a ton of time today. I had to run a bunch of errands this morning because I had to get like my car inspected, and I had to get my gas changed, and I had to fix my window and a bunch of other stuff. So why don't we do the Dragoon storyline? I think I have enough time to do the entire thing. So let's do the 60 to 70 one. I think Talaris Dreadbringer as legendary lord, Corrin Darkblade, and Shadowblade as legendary heroes alongside the units of Rephilim, Manticore Riders, Hag Queens as a generic lord, Beast Tamers as generic hero, Disciples of Cain as a self-healer elite unit. That's pretty fat. that's a pretty fat. You'll see. Oh, right, the New Year's in Limsa Lomensa. Maybe we should. Yeah, let's do that first. Actually, let's do New Year's first, because that one's actually time sensitive. No, I was right the first time. Yeah, let's do New Year's first. I anticipate we're going to be playing a lot of this game, but you know, better safe than sorry. Oh, that reminds me. Tomorrow morning at just to let y'all know, tomorrow morning fudge muffins, where is it? Hold on. Tomorrow morning at seven. Okay, so tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, I am going to be playing a Total War Warhammer campaign with Froggy, and some of her other pals. And we're going to be giving away some keys to, I think, Tides of Torment. So we're gonna be doing like some fun like multiplayer Total War campaign stuff, and it should be a fun time. He's wearing a horse hat. How silly. I mean, it is the year of the horse, I suppose. Yeah, that's right. I remember doing the snake one last year. In honor and glory do we first lay eyes upon one another. I am the Uma Bogyo, the head of a delegation from the far eastern nation of Hingashi. We are come on a mission to tend to the fire of friendship with your Eorzea. This we seek to do by sharing the joys of our heaven-stern customs, which differs from those observed on these shores. While the people of Eorzea choose a deity to be first among the 12, we in the Far East grant that honor to one of the 12 noble beasts. This year, the honor belongs to the horse, the most dignified and dependable of steeds. Now, though I previously had the pleasure of introducing the horse in Eorzea, few are they still who have true appreciation for the creature. This time, therefore, it is my hope to better convey its appeal, its gallantry and majesty, to which end we are planning to have them march in procession. Presently, a member of our delegation is spreading word of the event to the people of Limsa Lomensa. He wears a unique kabuto like mine and has a delightful mascot with him besides. Alas, said mascot is as anxious as it is adorable, and we are having some difficulty handling it. As an adventurer, I dare say you have a wealth of experience interacting with creatures great and small. If you are willing, might we prevail upon your aid? In humility and gratitude do I receive your assent. Without further ado, my assistant, the Yuma Yoriki, set off in the direction of the drowning wench. Pray, seek him out and offer your able assistance. Which Froggy? I don't know, my Froggy. Froggy PhD. Froggy PhD. The Froggy that does a lot of painting streams on Twitch. I think she's live right now. She paints a lot of Warhammer minis on stream. Is there a Zodiac in the Warhammer world? Yes. Though, is there an animal zodiac? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I can think of at this moment. I don't believe we know of an animal zodiac. It's likely there is one somewhere, but it probably has not been detailed out. It probably would be in Grand Cathay, though it might look very, very different to ours. Come here, I say. Come here. That's a fucking unicorn, bro. How am I to promote the procession when it refuses my every command? Ah, forgive me. I did not notice you there.
Yotam 9 cheered. X100. One of the many reasons 40k's Midhammer compared to Chad Hammer fantasy is that goblins, Gretchen, are severely underutilized in that setting. I wish that in Total War we will get Dread Gobo as LL focused on them, but I am not
I am not hopeful since he's kind of a joke character. Yeah, the Red Gobbo, I would be very surprised to see the Red Gobbo as anything more than like a legendary hero type situation. At most. That'd be surprising. I doubt that they would have a Year of the Rat. I mean, they might. Just because the Skaven are rat-like does not mean all rats are evil. The Uma Bugyo sent you say? I could indeed do with some help. The little one here is a unicult, the young of a unicorn, rare even in Eorzea. It is a unicorn! Our delegation was able to borrow it for this Heavenstone celebration, but as you can see, it is disinclined to obey me. While I am versed in the handling of horses and can tame the unruliest of them, this creature has eluded all my attempts to reach out to it. It appears to be daunted by its new surroundings and will neither move nor respond to aught I say. It's so freaky looking. Its knees are like way too smooth. It's weird. Nay, nay. What's this? The Unicult approaches you of its own accord? Thank you for the bits, by the way, Yotam. When I collected it from Ishgard, I was told that unicorns favor those who are pure of heart. I thought it a myth, but the creature may truly have the ability to sense our intent. It is my eagerness to use it for our festivities. I may have driven it away. Oh, in my eagerness to use it for our festivities, I may have driven it away. Well, you drew it to yourself with your innocence. I don't know how you could describe my character as innocent. That is not a term I would use for him. Well, well. Unless I am mistaken, it wishes to say that with you, it would be willing to promote the Heavenstone procession. Loath though I am to impose, might I ask you to take the Unicult with you and spread the word of the event? The procession will set forth from the Zephyr Gate in middle Lenosha and strike southward. To begin with, you might try approaching the folk nearby. When you have finished, pray report to the Uma Bugyo and leave the Unicult in your capable hands. I got you. It's an escort quest? Good God. May speak with NPCs while escorting them. You may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. When speaking with NPCs, you'll be given the option to part ways. You will also part ways automatically when changing areas. If you part ways with an NPC, you may return to the starting point. Oh, it follows automatically. Oh, thank God. And when I first did my first escort quest in this game, I had to say, follow me every fucking 5 feet, and it was awful. It's so weird to see a horse. Ah, it's Heavenstone again, ain't it? Our Far Eastern friends got something in store for us, I gather. Behold! Well now, what a curious little creature. What exactly is it? Let's see the same spirit you showed earlier. It is adorable. Kind of terrifying, but mostly adorable. So it's the Heavenstone mascot. And I see now it's a unicorn, which makes this the year of the horse, eh? Nay, nay. Explains the style of its adornments. Mostly out of the sea, so I don't have much contact with horses. There was a thriving harness trade over in Kugane. Chocobos in Eorzea and the horses in the Far East. It's interesting, isn't it, how two different creatures from faraway lands came to be embraced in the same way?
140 donated 10 Australian dollars through Super Chat. Magma dragons do make sense for dark elves though. Check the Monstrous Arcanum. They are also found in the Black Spire Mountains of Nagaroth and the Dark Lands.
Oh, I'm not saying they don't work for dark elves. I just think that a sea dragon would be better. I think a sea dragon would be more sensible. If I had to pick between the two, I would pick the sea dragon every single time, without question. Magma dragons they're neat, but they don't. Magma dragons don't really thematically vibe that well with really like any faction. Chaos dwarfs are probably the closest, but they've always been kind of a weird outlier. There's to be a procession outside the city, you say? Sounds like a good bit of fun. We'll tell everyone we know about it. Nay, nay. The Unicult appears to have been pleased at promoting the event. Continue taking around the city and spread the word. Why ride a horse when you could ride a bird? Honestly, I think I'd rather have a bird than a horse than a bird most of the time. But I do find it very funny that they're like, oh, we have to promote a horse, and instead of just doing a regular horse, which would actually be like quite rare in this part of the world, they're like, no, we brought a fucking unicorn. Do you think we'll ever see the Goblin Great Khan hero and Chaos Sea Giant to Chorse? Yes. I do think that, well, it depends. It depends. If they're gonna add the Hobgoblin Khanate as a faction, which is not impossible, I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's possible, then you very well may see, not see a generic Hobgoblin hero, because they might save that for the Khanate. But, I don't know, we'll see. Nay! Oh my, you gave me quite a shock. Whatever might you be? I've never seen a horned beast like you before. Ah, so that's why it's attired this way. I must say, I do enjoy when Heavenstone comes to Eorzea. Allows us to experience Far Eastern culture right here at home. This procession sounds delightful. I assume this little one will be a part of it as well. Nay. You hear how adorable! I'm not too familiar with horses, so I look forward to seeing them in all their gallantry and majesty.
With concepts for marked beast tame legendary lord type characters for the three gods other than Torok.
You know how Lord Bears did video theory crafting of the remaining three Towercon siblings? What do you think about you two doing something similar to concepts of marked beastmen legendary lord characters? That could be fun. I don't think we'd have time to fit it on the schedule like super soon because there's like a ton of shit we actually really want to do. That's gonna still take a while to get through, but it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, I think that could be a fun idea at some point. Side of the Emperor, thank you for the super chat. Why not both? It gives both the High Elves and Dark Elves 3 dragons, Aster gets Sun, Moon, Star, Druki could get Black Sea Magma. I mean, yeah, you could do that. The Magma Dragon is just not particularly high on my, like, I need this, list. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, towards Magma Dragons in general. Did I run too far? Yes, I did. I would not be upset if we got them. but there are many other things I would rather have first. Crash Bandicoot-ass run? How dare you? Don't bully him. Leave him alone. Not a young unicorn I spy. It's the mascot for this year's Evanston, you see. I see. Might be as you're aware, but the Grand Company's been employing horses on a trial basis. Something as came about years ago thanks to the Evanston celebration. Being hard to come by in Eorzea, they're not like to replace chocobos, but by all accounts, they're comfortable creatures to ride. Seeing the little one here reminded me of that. And if the maelstroms also take a part of the procession as I expect, I'll make a point of ducking out to watch. You there. You want to play Triple Triad? You do! For the glory of the maelstrom? I'm about to rock the maelstrom's ass. Is there any point in getting Warhammer Plus for the shorts only, or is it still very disappointing? Do you mean the shows? Two more sides are touching other cards, and some of the are identical to some of the other cards. Oh god. Get owned, loser. Do I already have the Leviathan card? You have two cards I don't have yet? Give me those cards. Give me those cards! Yeah, I mean, I would be very happy. I would be very happy to get a Magma Dragon. I do want to make that clear. I would not be upset. I would be like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. It's not like on my I need this for the Dark Elves to feel complete to me list. I guess would be the best way I could express that. Huh. Rutro. Rutro? Oh, Jesus. That went very poorly. Yeah, I much prefer when he goes first, because then I can take advantage of his blunders. I don't like having to play to set the tempo. Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! Asshat, more like. Don't laugh at me, fucking rude ass bitch. I don't know who that is. If you're in chat, fuck you. Let's see. So I need to get like two of my sides touching cards that are good for me. I don't think that's really possible. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a card I needed. You stole a card! One of my wives! One of my wives! Okay, you got one more card that I want. What DLC content do you think we'll get in the future past Nagash? I think there's going to be at least one very, 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 very very, 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 very big Cathay DLC that will come later that is going to have the Monkey King in it. And it's going to be like the big one of like the biggest features of the game. I also think that there's going to be a lot more of those mini Lord packs, assuming they sell well. Like, assuming people buy it and people seem to really like it and everything's going great, I think we will continue to see more of those. Give me that card! I also think that if Games Workshop is not stupid, which it's very possible that Games Workshop is stupid. I want to get that out of the way. But if GW is not a fucking idiot, then one of the things that they will absolutely do is they will want Creative Assembly to help them basically advertise for the new races in the I don't understand how the plus... How does the plus work? I don't understand how it works. When a card is played, if 2 or more of the sides are touching other cards, and the sum of the ranks on the touching sides are identical to the sums on the other touching sides, the other cards are flipped. Okay, I don't understand. I just want my card, you evil bitch. Descending into Triple Triad? I've been here for weeks. Fuck me. Oh, come on! They've got one card they're not giving me. Interesting choice. Nope, I already have Leviathan. Okay, I've gotten all but the card I actually want. I mean, the Yustola card was nice. Sorry, I shouldn't shit on Yustola. She is best bae, after all. Okay, so that was 7777. Oh, I see. So it would have to be like 7-4, but then that would be 8-4. Yeah, no, okay. Okay, that's weird. Plus roll fucking sucks. When a card is played, if 2 or more of the sides are touching each other and the ranks of those cards are identical to the sides of the other side, cards are flipped. Okay.
Scion of the Emperor.
Scion, thank you for the super chat.
Donated $20 through super chat. I won't give any spoilers, but something fun to consider with your wall is making changes to his appearance as the story goes on, scars and the like, to show they've been through some shit. I did that with my World of Light Azami.
I mean, we'll probably go through some character design updates here in the future, for sure. God damn, dude, the AI is fucking killing me on that shit. 8. It'd be 7, 7, 7, 8. There we go. Ah, eat my nuts! Oh, I gotta draw. Give me the card! I've missed hanging out with you guys. I hope you all have been well. This holiday season has been so busy, dude. I'm so glad things have finally wound down. Did I see you redeem? I did. I answered it too, but to TLDR it for you. To give you like the shorthand version. Chaos and Warpstone are not the same thing. There's a difference between what is chaos and what is material. So what it is... No, Leviathan again, you bitch! So Warpstone would not cause someone to fall to chaos. What Warpstone can cause, because it's just like horrific amounts of dark magic, right? Like deeply, deeply compressed until it's basically like a horrible seismic mess. But the important part is that you can, what you're likely to get from, nope, I already have you, Stola. What you will get from working with Warpstone is mutation and madness. So physical mutation and mental mutation. As your brain is literally altered by the presence of too much Warpstone being near you. And, you know, famously, you're gonna have a bad time. But there are ways to navigate that. Ah, I was close on that one. Triple tricards have made on Warpstone. It's true. It's true. Worst time of the year is finally over. Oh, I wouldn't call it the worst time of the year. I'm sorry you feel that way. Like, for me, it's a fairly inconvenient time of the year. Because there's, like, a lot of things going on. And I like to... I like to not get, like, too crazy busy. Come on! Oh. Come on! I shouldn't be wasting time with this, but I've been bitten by that brain bug. Oh, get owned! But yeah, Sion, that is a good idea. I should work on my character's appearance to reflect some stuff.
X100. I don't really understand how the Dark Elves maintain their population. It feels like when a male and female Dark Elf are done in the bedroom, they would try and stab each other to death because they felt bored and wanted some bloodshed.
So Dark Elves are not quite that fucking insane. They're cruel, and they see themselves at... Oh, fuck.
At Sign of the Emperor 1,240
Oh, that was totally on purpose. I definitely did that on purpose. I did that on purpose. That was definitely me. That was definitely me. Scion, thank you so... Jesus Christ, Scion, thank you for the very generous super chat. That is bonkers. An idea I've had to do is Dogs of War's 2 DLC. One is the race, Southern Realms, led by Borcho the Besieger, so on. The other is Universal's mercenary system. Dogs of War bring in a ton of new RORs. Could also be a way to bring in small sub-factions like Halflings, Amazons, and so forth. I very much agree. That is also a similar concept that I've been championing, that I think would be a good idea for quite some time. I think the best way to do the Dogs of War, to make it like a big, fat, like $20 plus DLC, would be for it, like way over $20, if not higher, would be that you have to sell people on the idea of you get the mercenary stuff and you get the super crazy cool shit of the what's it called? It's all the different like mercenary units in the Dogs of War, like as an actual faction. I do think that's the absolute ideal way to do it. Thank you for the clip, Morty to Crescent. Dude, I'm so excited for y'all to get to actually like meet the new editor. Like, he's such a fucking cool cat, and he's actually trying to teach me how to fucking do anything. And my heart goes out to him because it's like teaching a fucking idiot how to like breathe. It is truly a thankless Herculean task. Now, I would not wish on my greatest enemy, but you know, here we are. Damn. We're gonna get this. I'm not leaving till I get this. I want actual pike formations for the Dogs of War. Well, you would if you got Talea. Talea, one of Talea's biggest features is pikemen. Like, that is one of their biggest strong suits. Is actual fucking pikemen. Which is just kind of goated, you know? Come on, give it to me! Oh, you bitch! Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and turn in that shit I got from her. Also, thank you again for all of the pets, Crimlo. You dastardly bastard. Coming here trying to get me addicted to small, cute things. I see how it is. Dude, pikemen would be so fun cool because like we have all the systems in place. We have charge reflection as a concept, which is what you would need for pikemen. We have melee damage reflection, which would be perfect. Like, we have all of the tools that we would need to make an effective system. That did not go well. Hop in, have a good night. I think it's always been somewhat of an afterthought for GW when it comes to marketing stuff. I agree mostly, though I do think we live in a slightly different era of GW than we have in the past. And I think GW genuinely acts and thinks differently now than they used to. I don't think it's quite as simple as it used to be as far as, is GW interested in doing the right or wrong thing? Or not the right or wrong thing, that's a weird way to put it. But if they're interested in, like, taking advantage of the hype of things like Total War Warhammer. I think in some ways they absolutely do. I don't think they're particularly good at it, but I do think it's something they're actively thinking about. Which I do think is a surprise very much come off like a surprise. Got fucking Ishtola. Oh, get owned! Woman, I'm going to break you over my kneecap if you don't give me that fucking card. Once again, we're going to be playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV in the coming future, so please don't stress out too bad if you're like, just do the story! Because, you know, we'll get there. All things a good time. We'll get there. We're just having some fun while we're doing it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. God, I fucking hate the Merlvib card. Hey, Sotek, I really like the 40k crew for Lorebears. How do you think they're doing so far? I think they're doing pretty, well, Vayer. Thank you for asking. I genuinely would love to hear people's thoughts about the Lorebeard show, the Lorebeards 40k show. Like, are you having fun with it? Are you enjoying it? Have there been any particular highlights? I'm actually planning to put out like a survey, so to speak, here in the very near future. Because I would very much like to know how people are feeling about the show. It's not just going to be about that, but I'm going to be putting out a survey here probably this weekend, where I'm going to be asking people to fill it out. You don't have to, obviously, it's just if you want to. But if you would be willing to fill it out, it would be very, very helpful to us because it could provide us with a lot of really useful information as far as like what you're wanting from Lorebeards, what do you want to see in the future for Lorebeards. We would really fucking appreciate it. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That was almost perfect. Because obviously we want to make the show appeal to you guys as best we can. All the shows. And we're going to be launching some new shows later in the month. I would have liked to launch them sooner, but because we're still wrestling with aspects of Google and how AdSense works and all that stupid shit, there are a couple of mountains that we haven't quite been able to cross yet. Another wipeout! Come on, what is the drop rate on this card? What is this card like? Fucking, like, is it like my wife's nudes? Like, what is this? Why is this card being so carefully guarded? Just give it to me! Ooh, that was maybe not the best play. Oh, still one. So Tech is a wife? I wish. I wish I had a wife. I would like to see the Lorebeards rate the top fix for every AO3 kink category. I'd be willing to do it. I don't think Andy would. Oh my lord, that would be such a... Could you imagine how horrific that would be? That, we're actually thinking about, there's been a lot of... Not a lot. There's been some request, not a ton, but some, for us to do a, some manner of, like, subathon. And something I'd really like to do would be, like, some kind of big stream, where we have some, like, really fun incentives. And I don't even know if I don't know if I would do this as a Lorebeards thing. I could just do this as a solo Sotek thing. But I would be super down to do, like, a recording of, like, just the most over-the-top AO3 Warhammer Fantasy thing if we reach, like, an apocalyptic level of, if we reach, like, an apocalyptic level of, support. Which would be very funny. No, don't do that. fuck. Scion, thank you so much for the super chat. Hold on, I'll read it in just a second. Oh, it didn't read it off. Weird. I will admit the grind to get up all the shadow content jobs in their 7.0 will be a bit of a slog. Most storylines are good and it will be 100% worth it come the end of Shadowbringers. Yeah, but I'm not that worried about it. Like, dude, I remember all the shit. Just remember all of the shit that I did genuinely happily in Rome Reborn, right? Just remember all of the trials we went through together for a Realm Reborn. Leveling some careers with genuinely good storylines, not a problem, barely an inconvenience. My deck is surprisingly shit when I have to play, like, when I'm trying to play to the left. It really struggles. Is she just, like, not gonna give me this card? Is she just refusing to give me this card? Like, the absolute harlot that she is? Ooh, that wasn't very nice. Stop the fuck! Oh, I hate plus! I hate it! Donovan, hello and happy new year. I was thinking today what advantages of following Stromfells over Manon would be. In my interpretation, most normal sailors would want to go with Manon with the idea that you mostly placate him. Stormfells, however, is more for people who seek out dangers, they become the danger. So when seeing a storm, praying to Manon is please don't sink our ships, whereas Stromfells is fuck it, we ball. Well, one thing that I would encourage you to keep in mind as well is that Stromfells is very much a god of predators. So it wouldn't, so like a sailor that sees the oncoming storm and is a devotee of Stromfells isn't necessarily thinking like, oh, I'm gonna, like, whatever, I'll just take it. What he's thinking is there's opportunity there. There is someone desperate in that storm for help that I can find, and I can take advantage of their weakness. I could be the predator that swims up on them and lures them into a trap. I'm the person that can go in there and I could find shipwrecks. Like, if I see a storm as a follower of Stromfells, to me, that's good eating. That's good eating day is coming. Because I know that I'm gonna have a feast of taking advantage of looking for all the shipwrecks, for looking all the people that are struggling, for people that are desperate, and I'm gonna take advantage of that. That when times are hard, I eat good. That's what it means to be a follower of Stromfells, is that these are people who are deeply motivated by that predatory instinct, and are driven almost entirely by the desire to take advantage of others, no matter like how bad or whatever. Like they're genuinely awful people most of the time. Like you're dealing with the worst of the worst. Stromfells wants you to give in to your most predatory compulsions. So whatever you do, it is in the name of fuck you, I've got mine, and also looking for any opportunity to punish someone for being a fool, by basically feeding on them in a sense. Ah, that was a misplay. It's been 326 years that I've been trapped in this fucking match, counting the hours until I'll be free at last. But by God, I will be free. Oh no, come on. God, this sucks. I am good. I am very genuinely kind of glad though that our first day back for this game, we're just kind of having like a chill hangout day, because I have to actually remember all the fucking shit that's going on. Don't play top. Don't play top. Okay. Hey, come on. No! Stop giving me Leviathans! Stop it! Speaking of Stromfells, I really want Sharkmen for Vampire Coast. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Sharkmen for Vampire Coast would be the fucking best thing since sliced bread. Oh, please give me fucking Sharkmen for Vampire Coast. That would be so fucking cool. Oh, that would make me so happy. At least you could... Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know I could trade the Leviathans, but it's not going to get me out of this situation any faster. You know what? Save them. Hey! We got it! It's the fucking Merlvib card. Okay, I understand why that has such a low drop right now. That's a very, very good card. Woohoo! Yippee! Alright, we got it. Took longer than I care to admit, but we got there. Alright. We need to speak with... Oh, we're heading the right way anyway. Ah, you are returned. I'm given to understand that you have been promoting the procession together with the Unicult. A most excellent job you have done of it, if the excitement among the townspeople is any indication. Allow me to express my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Now then, may I ask how our mascot fares? When last I beheld it, it was starting at fairly every sight and sound. Nay. Nay. Well now, look how outgoing and cheerful you have become. Had I not known better, I would not think you the same creature. Lest you wonder, there is a reason why we went through not inconsiderable effort to have a unicorn be our mascot for this year's celebration. It all began during my previous visit to Eorzea. In our impassioned desire to reintroduce the horse to your land, we'd incurred the ire of a fraternity of representing chocobo interests, with whose leader I engaged in a heated argument. Thankfully, an Ishgardian knight chanced to be on hand, a charmingly irrepressible silver-haired gentleman, who helped us to resolve matters in civility and amity. Bearing the crest of the unicorn upon his person, he smiled as he expressed his tremendous and equal admiration for horses and chocobos both. In recalling that episode, I was reminded of the greatness of bonds that transcend nations. And so when our delegation was due to visit Eorzea once more, I was inspired to reach out to the noble house to which the knight belonged. For a time, I feared what might become of this year's event, but thanks to this Unicult and you, for helping it come into its own, I have confidence that all shall be well. Nay. Yes, all shall be well indeed. Much like the Ishgardian knight, I believe you possess an innate ability to bring disparate hearts and souls together. Whoops, skip that line, whatever that was. Now then, the hour of the event is upon us. We shall begin as soon as the preparations are complete. Woo! Seasonal event. Quest complete. Oh, there's more.
Dynamo95 cheered. X100. So, for our fishmen, they generally hate gods, and both Manon/Mathlin, it's complex, and Stromfalls are major antagonists.
Fair?
However, because Manon is a god of the sea overall, they are more seen as...
They're more seen as a threat because of their inconsistent blessings of coastal people/sailors from the surface dwellers. Stromfels, meanwhile, is a more consistent threat because they represent a threat to their civilization overall via empowering giant predators and tempting fishermen to seek personal power. Yeah, sure, that works great. I mean, there should always be a sinister aspect to every god. Every god should have downsides, whether or not you're, like, happy with them or not. Even as we speak, my faithful assistant should be seeing to the final preparations at the procession's departure point. Being immediately outside the Zephyr Gate, the people should not have trouble finding it. I dare say even you can make your own way there, little one, now that you have been around the city. Nay, nay. It does me well to see the Unicult in such good spirits. Now, seeing as you kindly promoted the procession, it seems only natural that you attended as well. Will you not do us the honor? Excellent. Pray seek out the Yuma Yoriki outside the Zephyr Gate. He can direct you to the best locations for viewing the event. Woohoo! I do like me some festive events. I think the 40k Lorebeard is getting better and more comfortable. For me, it was a bit hard to follow in the earlier episodes. It felt a bit jumpy in terms of super chats and topics. Yeah, and I mean, that's natural. You know, it's not like Alexis and Ross, like, they didn't know each other at all before, you know, they started the show. So y'all have kind of got to watch them get used to each other in real time. Which is obviously gonna have, you know, it's gonna have some growing pains, but I think they're continuing to improve, which is great. Like I said, I do not look back that fondly on the earliest episodes of Lorebeards because I felt like me and Andy hadn't really hit our swing yet, and we hadn't really figured out how to deal with the super chats in ways that worked for us and made us happy. And it took time to get into a good rhythm. Ah, so you've come too. I was quite surprised when the Unicult appeared alone. Nay, nay. In the short time it has been with you, it has become completely at ease around people. You truly have a way with beasts. Now then, those participating in the procession should be arriving soon. You should release a beast trainer class! A pet trainer class, because that would be cool. Oh, those horses look nice. Ah, these horses, might they be... Those horses look amazing, actually. Indeed, they're the first to be brought in from the Far East after your delegation's visits years ago. Being of a breed suited to our climes, they fared very well. We employ them in patrols and various other duties, and they've proven themselves most dependable. As their riders and carriers both, it gives us great pride to present them before the people on the occasion of this Heavenstone. But to have our three steeds lined up side by side, I've no doubt that mine is the finest among them. I beg to differ. Mine has the brightest eyes, the shiniest coat, and noblest bearing. Any and all can see that it is the finest. It's like, you want to fucking start? As you can see, we're quite taken with our horses. Pat 7.7.55 will get a Beastmaster. I need to start speeding the fuck up. Because I need to start getting ready. 7.5 is in April? Oh, dude. Okay. I'm gonna need to start hitting the gas on this game. I'd like to be caught up before 8.0 hits. But I'd also like to, be able to enjoy the Beastmaster class. So we might be hitting the gas pretty hard on this for early this year, to say the least. These splendid steeds will make their way together along the road, putting their gallant and majestic forms on display. Marvelous way to mark the coming of the year of the horse, I trust you'll agree? Nay. What's this? You wish to join the procession? He's so tiny. While I am impressed with your newfound courage, little one, it would not be safe for you to roam among war-trained creatures several times your size. How nice of the unicorn to speak perfect English. I'll be there to watch over it. Oh yeah, Beastmaster's not like a real class, right? It's like Blue Mage, where it's like not, it's not a story class. It's like a storyable class. Like you can't use it to play through the main story or whatever. If you will accompany it, perhaps there is no cause for concern. And 'tis true that the people would be delighted to see our adorable mascot. Very well, you may take part. Nay. Let's proceed in this manner. While the great company of horses travel along the road, the unicorn shall run freely through the fields with you at its side. It would help the procession end on a charming accent, I believe. Without further ado, then, the good officers and I shall set forth. We shall see you and the unicorn at the procession's end. So what specifically can a limited job not do? Like, what features do you lose access to with a limited job? The Umacold leads the way! Oh, God bless him. Bless his heart. His legs are so tiny. Bro, people would be having such aggressive cute aggression over this thing. The Uma no Unicult is savoring the joy of running freely while being cheered on by the people. Cannot progress the main story quest or queue for normal roulettes or duties. It can queue for duties with the full group or do unsynced. I mean, that's not terrible. So you can run dungeons with your friends. Like dungeons and raids and stuff. The Uma no Unicult appears tremendously satisfied. People are cheering for me. Delicious. There's special achievements for doing dungeons and raids with full blue groups. Oh, are they? There has to be one called Blue Man Group, right? Like, are there like several Blue Man Group references? There fucking better be, or I'm gonna quit this game. I'm gonna quit this game right now. Nay. We're watching you from here. You ran impressively, little one. I wish it would, like, grow up suddenly and you could have a unicorn mount. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, being a great stallion or a growing foal, few things are more magnificent than a horse in motion. In the Far East, it's believed that to behold a horse's majestic form in the new year is to pray for peace and plenty. Furthermore, the unicorn is the symbol of the bond between our lands, a mark of friendship that shall endure for generations. These two things serve to lend the procession even greater meaning. Nay. In Ishgard, the unicorn is held to be a sacred beast that assists in religious rites. Just rather fitting that it should assist in the Heavenstern as well. Is that so? That is most fascinating. The unicorn is also considered a sacred beast in the Far East, possessed of divine powers. Distant though our lands may be, we have much and more in common. To have the little one be part of the celebration is auspicious indeed. Okay, bye. Nay, nay. Truly, a horse in motion is a magnificent sight. With that, my fellows and I shall tend to the tidying up. In the meantime, I would be grateful if you would report to the Uma Bugyo. My thanks again for your invaluable aid. Blue is currently capped at 80. Oh, that's interesting. So Blue doesn't go as high as the other careers? That's kind of weird, isn't it? In gladness and glee do I welcome your return. But the unicolt's buoyant bearing alone, I can tell the procession was a rousing success. Nay, nay. You've done very well, little one, going far above and beyond your duty as a mascot. Rightly proud of yourself you may be. Now, in the course of being at your side, our once wary unicolt has forged a bond of trust with you. Is this not so? Then in hope and faith do I ask that you take it with you on your journeys. In your care, I believe it can reach its full stride, and our Irish Guardian friends would doubtless agree. In parting, I bid you enjoy the Heavenstone festivities while they last. And on behalf of our delegation, I wish you health and happiness for the year ahead. Does the helmet come with a mustache? Yes. The helmet does indeed come with a mustache. Should you wish to draw Umikuji, the Umikujishi has returned to offer his services for the regular celebration. Furthermore, 12 extra fortunes have been added. I want a fortune, I want a fortune, I want a fortune. Hooray! We got a unicorn. Where's the Umikujishi? There he is. Give me my fortune! Do I care to draw a fortune? Yes. You may draw as many as you like, but no, you pay a fee of 100 per draw. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Don't suck, 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 don't suck. Miss for God damn it! I hate this system. Every time I do one of these fucking New Year's drawings, this happened last year too. I hate it here. No, we're doing another. I'm gonna bribe. I'm gonna bribe a better fortune. You bitch. Oh, by the way, are y'all excited for the preview show coming out on the 16th? So we've got a big preview show. There's no Old World, but they are doing Age of Sigmar. I think it's Age of Sigmar, Blood Bowl, 40k, and Horus Heresy for the 16th. What did I do, man? What did I do to deserve this? What have I fucking done to warrant this level of personal attack? This is fucking rigged. I hate it here. This is terrible. I'm being fucking bullied by the Year of the Horse. Stupid fucking lame ass horses.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100. Hear the word of Kremlo, and thy fortune may change.
One second. Great. The whole year is gonna be do it again. Heed the word of Krimlo. Fuck Krimlo, dude. Krimlo can eat my entire ass. I'm gonna say that before I draw this. Krimlo could die in a fire. He's a piece of shit. I hate him. He's stupid. He has a stupid story. He's a stupid fucking frog with little twink legs. And he's garbage and terrible. He's a piece of shit and I hope he dies. Let's go! It's not great, but it's fair. You don't get anything for like getting like a high tier fortune, right? Like there's no like buff or anything, is there? There we go. We just had to shit on Grimlow. I didn't realize it till just now. How are Beastmen doing in the old world? I think they're doing okay. I don't think they're super high tier right now. I heard Marauders are pretty crazy at the moment. Because of all the new Marauder stuff. Nope, no buffs? Okay. Dude, those fortunes, I'm a genuine believer in the first one is the only one that counts. So, like, I just got shit on so hard by this game. Fucking Grimlow, evil little bastard. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. Sorry, 1 second. Surprised that your mic can pick up you talking on your phone. If there's nothing going on in the background, it can get kind of sensitive. You know, it's kind of like being with a good lover. If you allow there to be silence and nothing for a moment, it makes things more sensitive. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead. Oh, the fucking leave meat. I say, how many? All right, dudes and dudettes, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I need to get going. Because I've got card games tonight. However, when I get back, see, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. When I get back, it depends on what time I get back. I don't know how many people are going to be at the tournament. If I get back at like a reasonable hour, we might play a little more. We do have an early morning session of Total War Warhammer tomorrow with Froggy PhD, as well as some of Froggy's pals, which is going to be a good time. We're also going to be giving away some keys. Oh, that reminds me. I am going to be doing a very big stream not tomorrow, but next Saturday. So I don't know if y'all remember, but Creative Assembly late last year hosted the whole like creator clash thing where like a bunch of us not a bunch, but several of us content creators had like a big bunch of multiplayer fights. And me and Cleoite actually won. Like we won the whole fucking thing, which is insane, but we did, because Cleo is so fucking goated. As a prize, I was given 2 keys. What these 2 keys do is that if you turn them in, they will give you, to my understanding, the entire Total War catalog of games. Either up to or just before Tides of Torment. I don't remember if Tides of Torment is included. But like, every Total War game. And all of their DLCs. Or something like that. Like, it's crazy. And I have 2 of them. So not this Saturday, as in tomorrow, but next week on Saturday, we're going to do a big Total War Warhammer stream. And I'm going to give both of those keys away. So I'll make a separate video talking about that to come out probably this weekend. But I just wanted to give y'all a heads up that that is coming down the chute. They are some bonkers gifts that we earned. But that is for later. So more than likely, I will not be streaming again tonight. I will see you all tomorrow morning for streaming with Froggy PhD. We will probably be resuming Final Fantasy XIV either on Sunday or on Monday. We probably won't play it tomorrow because there won't be enough time. So we're probably going to continue this either Sunday or Monday. But I hope you all had a good time. When we continue, we're not even going to do our dailies at the start. We're going to jump immediately into doing the Dragoons storyline for Stormblood. So we're going to do the full, thing. So we're going to, who slapped me earlier? What bitch came by and slapped me while I was monologuing? But please look forward to more of this, more Total War, just more streaming, just a lot more streaming in general. I want to get back to streaming on a very regular, statement. More VTuber Total War collabs. We might play with Miwabel on Monday morning, and then I might do Final Fantasy in the evening. My goal is to try and get back to Final Fantasy almost daily. Probably not daily, but close to daily. I'm basically going to be trying to juggle Total War with friends, Final Fantasy XIV, and then IRL stuff. I might even do, I'm kind of tempted to maybe do some streams or videos on Union Arena. If anybody wants to see it, nobody may care and be like, Sotek, nobody gives a fuck about your IRL stuff. How dare you? But maybe y'all will think it's neat. Anywho, that's it for me tonight. I hope you all had a fun time. I'm going to go ahead and take us to outro stuff, but I am very much looking forward to getting back in whole hog with this game. It's lovely to see you guys. It is genuinely, deeply, absolutely wonderful to see y'all. Every time when I'm about to start streaming, there's a part of me that kind of is like, I don't know if I could stream. I don't know if streaming is like, and then when I actually get to doing it, I always have such a blast with you guys. I always have such a good time hanging out with y'all, and y'all are so supportive and so wonderful, and you make this such a delight and a joy for me, and I really appreciate that. I just want to say so appreciate y'all for hanging out for today's stream. I'm gonna go ahead and find a little place to raid during the outro screen. And we're gonna raid out. Malagor gimmick campaign. No army, no heroes, flying units only. I would love to do that, but we have to have at least one ground unit or it breaks. there has to be at least one. There has to be at least one unit on the ground. But I do like that idea as a challenge. Oh, you know what? Why don't we raid Froggy? Let's raid Froggy, because Froggy's who we're going to be playing with tomorrow. So if y'all haven't met her, why don't I introduce y'all to Froggy? She's painting right now. So anyway, I'm going to handle that while I'm doing the outro. Keep in mind, what about Arissa Noonish? So I would love to play with her. Scion, whoever, yeah, Scion. Thank you for the super editor, by the way. If you want her to play with me, you need to go bug her to like reach out to me, because I did slip a little DM her way, but I don't want to be like, play with me, because I don't know her. I know people that know her like, I know people she's adjacent to, but I don't know her. So if you want that to happen, go make that happen. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to be like overly. I don't want to be aggressive. So anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll see you guys later. Please take care. Have a lovely evening, morning, or afternoon. And I will... Oh, Wyatt. That's very kind of you to say. That's super sweet. Wyatt, thank you so much. Oh. It's very nice. That's so nice. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Bye. Happy New Year, Wayward Soul. Good to see you.